Welcome. I decided to go live tonight. Hopefully, Jeff will show up here in a minute. We'll start getting some jam session going on. He plays his guitar. We do some interactions, and we get to do this live thing. See if anybody else shows up. My last live, I didn't have a soul show up, so I'm still waiting. I know one day people start coming in, and hopefully we'll be able to have some good conversations. If you didn't understand that musical interlude in the very beginning, piano is very soothing. It's very soothing to calm you down, especially when you have a lot of healthy nervousness built up, which I don't know what it is about these lives, but they always they always make me a little more nervous than the pre-recorded stuff. I don't know why. There's nobody here, so it is what it is. But if you rewatch this, I want to ask you, how many of you enjoy piano music? How many of you enjoy classical? To sit down and unwind and to just enjoy the sound of the keys falling in place and giving you a little soothing calmness, because sometimes life can be hard. Life is pretty difficult for some people. They have stressful days, they have stressful nights, and they need to unwind. The other day, if you haven't checked out my channel, I did a podcast over balanced living. And, when it comes to balanced living, that's part of it, is getting to that point where you're able to relax and chill. The reason that I wanted to do this tonight is kind of like a dry run because Jeff and I talked the other night and we were talking about possibly doing a live together other than this one and to discuss some things that we both have some opinions on and theories on and things of that nature. So he had some prearranged thing going on tonight, so I don't know if he'll be able to make it or if it's going a little long, whatever. But either way, I'm probably going to try to do this for about an hour or so and then, you know, end it. Um, as the title says, Sunday night discussions and hopefully some music. I want to discuss, some cases that people like to hear about, some theories that maybe people might have, some questions they might have, um, things of that nature. I've watched probably three lives in the last 3 days, I guess. And they were very interesting. They were very, very interesting, but they got very out of hand very quickly, not by the creators, but the people that came into the chat. And they were trying to deter the creator from having dialogue about what she was trying to present. And that's just rude. That's just rude in all accounts. Because she wasn't being mean. She wasn't being hateful. She wasn't, you know, disrespecting anybody that was trying to disrespect her live. And she was trying to be, cordial and do what she needed to do, but they were just being disrespectful. She got the message across, I think, and she was able to um, get what she needed done. So I respect this creator and her sidekick because they're very passionate about what they do, and it's nothing to do with, well, it's our way and or no way. They're very open minded and they're very intellectually minded, where they're able to um, assist in finding the truth. One word that I've heard today, because I was listening to a podcast. I listen to podcasts all day long because of the true crime stuff that I'm doing, and I'd like to learn, because even though I've worked in the criminal justice system most of my career, I've never worked on a law enforcement side of it. So I don't really understand a lot of the lingo, I don't understand a lot of the procedures and things of that nature. So I'm always listening to learn. And one thing that I always hear in these rooms or whatever, these streams, justice for the victims. And that confuses me a little bit because I don't know what that entails really. I mean, I know getting a guilty verdict would get justice for the victims on the family's part, but I just don't really get it whenever other people say, "Well, we will fight until we get justice for the victims." I guess I'll know what that looks like once the trial's over. Once the trial's over, then I'll understand. Well, that's what they meant by justice. And it is a good thing to want to avenge the heinous crime that they went through. It is something to want to keep it in the limelight so that it doesn't go cold, which I doubt it never will at this point. But justice comes in many forms. Justice could be that this individual gets found guilty and maybe he cops a plea to not get the death penalty, and he tells everything that happened. So there's no more guessing, there's no more speculation, there's no more none of that. You'd really hear it from the person's mouth. And I believe that that would really be justice for the families. For the individual that log in and they sign on daily to their favorite creator or whoever, I don't think you'll ever accept justice no matter what it entails. Even if it entails him getting the death penalty and ultimately being put to death. Sorry, I'm like peeling off some stickers and stuff. Even if he's put to death, I believe that many people won't be satisfied with that. They really won't. They will still have some kind of issue that that's not good enough. You know, I'm gonna put this on the in the chat, Jeff. So if you show up, come on up. I think that's how you do it. I don't know. Still learning, buddy. But anyways, like I said, justice is a very fragile concept because in one hand you want to be forgiving if you're of that sound mind but it's totally something else to want vengeance for whatever happened. I heard somebody ask or make a statement earlier, and they said, you know, half the people will not be okay if he's found guilty. They'll still won't deal with it well if they wanted him to be innocent. And the other half that wanted him innocent will not be okay because they wanted him guilty. And I hope that makes sense. It's like we're never happy with what we have until it's on our terms. I guess as long as I have that little puppy squealing out there, then I'm never really alone, right? He's a good dog. He just starts yapping at the wrong time. Um, so still waiting for Jeff, so I don't know if he's gonna show or not. Like I said, he might have got tied up and has some other stuff to do. Um, One thing I want to tell you guys is I'm up to 117 subs, which I'm over the 100 mark, which I'm very happy about that because I started with 10. That means some people do enjoy what I do. Some people do enjoy the streams that I talk about. They enjoy what it is that I present and the content that I present it. So I'm happy about that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I never thought that I'd get over 50, but here I am at 100. And I'm very thankful for that. Thank you very much. One thing I'll never do on here, and I've made a promise to myself from the moment that I started this because I've seen a lot of creators, they reach a point where they put so much stuff out. They put so much stuff out that they don't know what to do when they're not doing anything but what has gained them notoriety. I have one person in chat. Awesome. You know, Oftentimes it's not easy to sit there and talk on a camera. It's not easy to talk behind um, the microphone because sometimes your mind it it wanders. At least mine does. Like I could sit here and be talking, and something happens, and I forget my train of thought. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. But getting back to the Idaho case, I wanted to talk and I wanted to talk about that, and I will talk more on this whenever I have Jeff up here, either tonight or next weekend. But I want to talk about the kids. I believe that a lot of creators they don't give the kids the the publicity that they need or deserve. It's all focused on the perpetrator. And I believe it's because most people haven't gotten to find out who these kids were, who they were. And we were privileged to see a lot of their social media. We're privileged to see a lot of their pictures and things of that nature. But we really didn't know them other than that, you know? Um, it's almost like they've been the forgotten piece of the whole thing because everybody just focused on the perpetrator. These kids lost their lives. These kids lost their lives in the beginning of a life that I'm sure their parents thought and were very proud of everything that they accomplished. The two of them were about to graduate. I know, and I might get these mixed up, so don't come after me, okay? Let me make it, bro. Let me make it, okay? I'm not well versed on the kids' accolades, but I'm gonna try to remember what I remember. Okay, here we go. I know Kaylee was gonna graduate. She's moving to Texas to take a job. I know that much. So she had been in a sorority, and she was in a totally different sorority than anybody else that lived in that home. Her and Maddie grew up together. They were best friends in sixth grade. As far as I can tell by what's been stated by the Gonsalveses and by Maddie's dad on some interviews that he's done, those families were were close, but the girls were closest. It's kind of like, you have a best friend, so you're close with the family, but the best friend, you're just like, oh, we're so close, we're almost like brothers. You know what I mean? Like, I've had friends that would stay the night, would come with me on vacations, would, go and do all kinds of stuff with the family, go out to eat, go, do all that bonding stuff as friends. So the family takes them in and they're like, well, this is like my other kid. You know what I mean? They're always around and I love them and I care for them, whatever. Well, that was wonderful, I believe, because it seems like Maddie's dad and mom were having some issues with whatever it was they were dealing with as Maddie was growing up. So it seems like Kaylee took her under her wing and said, "Hey, come hang out at my house, or let's go do this, or let's go do that." Which they stayed friends for a long time, and to go to college together, and even go into different sororities, and still maintain a friendship, even though you know that you're making other friendships. That is a tight bond right there. I don't know if you've ever had a bond like that. If you have, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, those two, they did everything together. And as Sabrina just said, it's sadly the girls grew up and died together. And that is true. But, as sad as that is, I believe that in the thought of things, what better way to go than go to with your best friend? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but what better way to go? If you're gonna go, if you're in a plane with your family, your friends, and you're with your best friend, and the plane is crashing, what better way to go? And that's probably a poor analogy, but I know I would want to go with somebody that I was close with like that, and it's sad. You're right, Sabrina. It's very sad. Um, the other two, Xana and Ethan. All I've ever heard is Ethan was a triplet. He was an athlete. You know, he was a very kind individual. He seemed to be the kind of guy that made friends easily. You know, he seemed to be the kind of guy that everybody wanted to be around. You know, and some of the pictures you look, he's smiling so big. It looks like you would walk in and you'd feel uncomfortable for a moment, but then you'd catch him, he'd start smiling at you, and that would be your new best friend, you know, or at least he'd give you that, hey buddy, come over here, you know, I, I'm over here, you know, we'll do whatever. It's cool. You get what I'm saying? It's like he gave you that presence, and I'm just paraphrasing here, you know, because I don't know these kids, but based on the pictures and based on what other people said, you know, they were very outgoing, and that's one of the reasons I believe that him and Xana got together is because she had that same type of smile, you know, like you can tell a lot about somebody by the way they smile or if they don't smile. Um, I try to smile, but on here I don't because it's hard to sit there and be flossing while you're sitting there trying to talk. It just doesn't work out good. You know what I'm saying? So if you've ever done it, you get me. Well, getting back to Xana, they said Xana was an athlete as well. You know, Xana really didn't have a boyfriend until, you know, she decided that she wanted to get with Ethan and they hit it off. You know, that's what I've read, that's what I've heard. They hit it off. They were inseparable. Xana had the fun, playful personality, and I'm sure Ethan was her muse. You know, he seemed to be like, you know, well, this is my girlfriend. You know, she's got the personality. I have the personality, but yet when we're together, I let her have the spotlight. If that makes any sense, you know. Um, so you have four people. Oh, let me talk about Maddie a little bit, okay? Maddie's personality, it looks like in the pictures and in the videos and things of that nature that people have shown, she seems like she's a cut up. Like she's very demonstrative with her words. Like when she talks, she's very I mean her voice is strong. So that would tell you that Maddie was a go-getter. You know, she was one of those that wasn't going to take no as the answer, and she was going to do what Maddie wanted to do. Even though she was little, she still was a force to be reckoned with, it appeared. And one thing that I noticed about these three females is they were shorter in stature. They weren't very tall. It looked like most of them were about 5'5", 5'4", somewhere. Because Ethan was 6'4". When he stands next to Xana, he towers over her. You know what I mean? So it's not like she was very tall. She might have been the tallest of all the four, other than Dylan, but I can't see her being more than 5'6". You know what I mean? But that is something that I believe plays into the eventual end part of the whole scenario. Is they weren't very huge obstacles, you know? So getting back to Maddie and Kaylee, you know, their relationship was very strong, it appeared like. But do we really know that? Do we really know if they drifted apart toward the end? Where they just, well, this is my bestie because we've been besties for so long. This is like my sister. I don't want to believe that anything else was more. then they were still as close as they were. Because I've had some people talk, I've heard some people talk about how they drifted apart because they didn't spend a lot of time together because they were in different sororities. I really don't want to believe that. I want to believe that they stayed consistent with their sisterly, loving relationship, you know? And let's get back to the other two. Dylan, I have read and I've seen some articles where Dylan was linked to playing soccer. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Can y'all give me a one in the chat if that's correct, if you remember that? I believe that she played soccer in high school. And there's been a lot of confusion whether she was actually in a sorority or whether she wasn't. Supposedly she was in the same sorority as Dylan, Bethany, or of course Dylan, Xana, Bethany, and Maddie. Supposedly she was in that sorority. But there's also been some speculation that she wasn't in that sorority. She would just, I don't know. I don't know. She hung out with them, whatever. It doesn't make sense to me. If you're going to wear their clothes and you're around them, then pretty much you're with them. You're rolling with them. You know, you're in that sorority. But you know how people talk on here. They have that mentality that, you know, I heard this on another video, so therefore I'm going to spread it somewhere else. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you're human beings. You do as you want. But, you know, if you spread false information, it kind of confuses people from the truth, you know, from the honest truth. Well, anyway, she was, her and Bethany were the newest two in the house. And then there was the other roommate who was renting out the empty bedroom that nobody slept in or nobody stayed in. You know what I mean? So I don't know if anybody ever stayed in there or if that was that kind of room where, you know, this is where we go to talk it out, or if, you know, if somebody's having an argument during a party, they're going to go into the empty room to talk it out, or, you know, you want to have some privacy, and you know you met a girl or you met a guy or whatever, and you want some privacy and you can't go into the roommates rooms to hook up. Well, let's go into the empty room, you know what I mean? So who knows what that room was used for. But I did a podcast the other day, or a stream, where I walked through the whole house and I was explaining the bedrooms. I was explaining the stairs. You know, they were reading the PCA and all that stuff. And, you know, I thought it was pretty interesting walking through that. Even though the house is torn down now, you're able to see exactly what it would have looked like empty except with the bedding. You know, and what I noticed in that empty room is there was a very small bed. It looked like the smallest bed in the place if that actually was the bed that was in there. So Bethany and Dylan were the newest in the home. And Kaylee had been there probably 6 months. So if you've ever had roommates, you understand the dynamics that goes along with people's personalities. You know, not everybody's personality is going to click. Not everybody's beliefs are going to click. Give me a number one in the chat if you agree with that. You know, if you've ever had a roommate, you understand that, you know, there's some roommates that are very clean, and there's some roommates that don't know how to clean up after themselves. And they're very dirty. And they're very loud. They don't respect your privacy. They don't do this, that, and the other. So think about that dynamic whenever you're thinking about these roommates living in a 6 bedroom house. And then we throw in another dynamic, okay? Let's throw this in there. One of the roommates has a dog. What if you've never lived with an inside dog? What if you don't like dogs? What if you're a cat person? What if you're one of these individuals who's allergic to animals? And here you got to be around this dog and act like you like the dog because it throws some shade on the owner whenever you give that dog the side eye, or you low key yell at the dog to get away from you. Stop doing what they're doing. Okay, thank you, Sabrina. She said the PCA said the empty room, the bedroom was locked. Okay. I forgot about that part in the PCA. But think about the dog a minute. You're paying for a room in this house, but you're one of the roommates. Well, if it was Maddie, I'm sure she had probably grown up with Kaylee having dogs or cats or whatever. So she was always around something, I'm sure. They're country folks. Well, one of the other girls maybe didn't like the dog. Maybe they didn't appreciate the dog. It's not about liking or hating the dog, it's about appreciating the dog. If you've ever been around an animal that sheds, and I don't know if that type of dog sheds or not, but if you've ever been around a dog that shedded, I don't even know if that's the word, but if you've ever been around a dog that sheds, um, you're going to understand that it's annoying when you're wearing clothes and you have dog hair on them, or the dog smells because the owner doesn't bathe them, or maybe the dog got into something and the dog comes in and he stinks up the whole house, or this or that and the other. It's it's a dynamic that's not easy to live with, okay? And then you put in the fact that they each had different friend groups, okay? They all have different friend groups. So this person has their own friends, this person has their own friends, this person has her boyfriend plus her friends and his friends. Then you have this person has her own friend, this person has her own friends. So you have all these different friends trying to get along in this house. Let's say that you don't like this person's friend, or maybe you and this person's friend got into it. So you have to deal with that dynamic. Or think of this dynamic, because I remember I lived in a party house when I was going to college. Man, it was insane. One of my biggest gripes was the people that would come and party would always eat up all of our groceries. We could have just went out and bought groceries that Monday, and it was groceries. When you're in college, you're struggling, so money is scarce, and you go and you buy groceries, and that Friday night you have a get together, or Wednesday night, because Wednesday night used to be college night, and people always ended up back at our house. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there was all these people in your house. And when you go to eat breakfast, or you go to eat a sandwich, or you go to eat this or that and the other, and there's no food. You're living on a strict budget, You don't think that would make you upset a little bit? I'm not trying to give reasoning for somebody to hurt somebody else. I'm just putting out the basic facts of what it would be like living in a house like that because it's never really discussed. All it discussed is what you saw the last images were of a bunch of dirty dishes, a bunch of half-eaten food stacked by the sink, and a jack-in-the-box bag. So that's a very, and then people are like, oh, they were slobs or they were this or that. But then it was a clean freak and this and that and the other. How do we know? We all have our good sides and our bad sides. And I understand that when somebody is hurt by another person, it is human nature to want to nurture that person or their image to be something that is never tarnished. So when somebody passes away, or somebody is talking about the person who murdered them, their son or their daughter, you always hear, my kid was a good kid. He was a good student. He helped people. He helped his family, this, that, and the other. Hell, I'm sure Brian's family, if they were to be asked off camera, they would say, Brian was a good kid, man. He was smart. He threw out the trash. He did this, that, and the other. He was good all the way around. He was very, very, easy to raise and this, that, and the other until he got on drugs. You're always going to present the best image of your child. So to say that none of these 6 people that I'm talking about had any flaws that would have caused them to have animosity toward each other or not even like each other, it's just foolish to think about. Because what if they didn't like each other like the pictures specify? Some of the pictures that I see with Kaylee and Dylan's giving her the side eye. It doesn't look like that, I'm happy to be here with you. You're my bestie, blah, blah, blah. It's none of that. It's that kind of side eye, like, whatever. I'll take the picture with you, but whatever. But that doesn't mean anything. It just means that she may have had some animosity, or maybe she didn't even know this person that well because they both just started living in that home. Instantly, you're not going to be buddy-buddy because there's one thing about people these days is they don't want to be fake. So if they're a bee, then they're going to show you, this is who I am. I'm a bitch, so I don't want you to get it twisted. I don't want you to think I'm a nice person. I'm going to show you who I am right off the bat. Or I'm an asshole. Don't expect anything else. I'm a smart ass. I'm sarcastic. I'm this, that, and the other. Don't expect anything else. Do y'all get what I'm saying? I hope you do, because I feel like I'm talking in circles, but I know I'm making a little bit of sense, hopefully, because I'm talking in an avenue that isn't normally talked about. You usually hear about the other areas of this case, conspiracies, the evidence, the PCA, this, that, and the other. Well, these are some of the things that could have been going on behind the scenes that were more realistic than they fighting at Linda Lane, and that's where everybody was taken out. Or there was tunnels, or there were shadows. And if you believe any of that, hey, that's you. That's your mind, that's your belief system, no disrespect. No cap, bro. No cap. Jeff just made it, so let me send him the link. See if I can do this. So hopefully we'll have some other type of commentary other than my own. And here in a little bit, if somebody else wants to come up, just let me know and I'll let you hit the link and we'll all have a conversation together. Let's see how I can bring him up. You know, I lost my train of thought. I don't know what I was saying, but you know, one thing that I remember about the party house is that most of the time, um, we would have a lot of alcohol. We would have a lot of women. Hey, Jeff, how's it going, buddy?
Good, man. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, man. I'm glad you made it. I've been talking to Sabrina in the chat. There seems to be two other people in there, but they haven't really commented. So I'm glad you made it.
Yeah. I was just doing some stuff, and I clicked on YouTube, and I click on that live like I always do, and it's like, oh, it's 20 pages on. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Well, give us a little insight on. We're basically talking about the kids, as far as I was going down the avenue of living in a house full of roommates that you really don't know, or some of the silly arguments you might have about people eating your food, or
Right.
is there anything that you might want to add in on that you've thought about as far as the roommate situation? Just
Yeah, it
the
does
basic
seem
tips?
like with you've got that many people. I mean, it seems like there's a good chance that not everybody is going to get along really great with everybody. I mean, maybe so, but maybe not. But yeah, I definitely know from my roommate situations in the past, I know, yeah, people eating your food. Um, I was actually the one who collected all the money to pay the bills for us. That was a terrible position to be in because there would always be like a couple that are like, "Hey man, can I pay you next week? I'm short right now." And I'm like, "Fine, okay, I'll cover you this," but then it just gets to be a mess. But yeah,
Yeah,
it does make you wonder if if that is at play with how the lengths that Dylan or Bethany would go to like check on what they heard or what they thought they might have heard. Or it's like, because part of me is like, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that you know it was 8 hours, right? That's the
right.
average. That's the average work day. That's the average time a person sleeps. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they did not know what happened to their roommates, and that they didn't think it was, death. Um,
Right.
what do you think? Is there room to imagine that is how it went down?
Well, I'm thinking more on the avenue that, since they didn't really know each other, well, Kaylee had just gotten in that home. Dylan had just gotten in that home, and Bethany had just gotten in that home. So there was a dynamic of, them not knowing each other very well.
Hmm.
And, even in those pictures, some of those pictures look very off, like they're not as comfortable with the others. And maybe that played a role into it, as to say, well, I don't want to interfere with what's going on. Maybe there's something going on that, it's none of our business. Because the younger kids these days, they have that mentality: stay in your lane, don't get in other people's business, blah blah blah, all that crap.
Right.
But also the part that really gets into my head a little bit too, that contradicts that, is Dylan tried really hard to get Kaylee to come back that weekend. On
Hmm.
one hand, she's not really close with her, but on the other hand, she's close enough to convince her to come back. And I don't know if that's proven. I just heard that,
Yeah, I heard that too.
throughout the whole situation. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did hear that too somewhere. And then, of course, with everything that happened, then it looks like possibly suspicious, like drawing someone to be at a certain place so something awful can happen to them.
Yeah,
But yeah, that factor of not everybody not knowing each other all that well for that long. Um, the thing it brings to mind is I wonder too if there's the factor of Ethan living there. I don't know how long he was living or staying there, but I know when I've had other situations with like a girlfriend or boyfriend of one of my roommates. Now they're there. Now we all have to act a little differently because this person's here, or this person has their friends come over, which I,
yeah,
I often wondered if there's a chance Dylan thought, man, before Ethan started staying over here, we didn't have these guys in here late at night. It was just us girls. So maybe is there a chance that she sees a guy coming from the direction of Ethan and Xana's room, and it's like, oh, geez, more guys here late at night. This didn't happen before Ethan started staying here, and then
right.
maybe she just thought that's just another one of these friends from Ethan, and well, at least he's gone now, and I'm going to bed. Um,
Well, do you think that I got that on there, Jeff? It says I cannot imagine this, Jeff. So
Sabrina says she's shy. I'm shy too. Come on, Sabrina, come on up on. I am extremely shy.
you know,
Fake
it
till you make it.
it's interesting to, I mean, getting back to the dynamic of paying money, because everything revolves around money. When you're in a house, and you got to pay utilities, you got to pay cable, you got to pay all this. Everything's cool until you have somebody who's not paying their way. Like you said,
Right.
Xana has her boyfriend move in, but yet these others, they've been told, hey, your boyfriends can't live here. You get what I'm saying? And I'm
Right.
not saying that's what happened, but you know, Ethan moved in and maybe he's not paying his way. Maybe he's eating up people's food. Maybe, maybe.
Right.
Right before you came in, I was talking about the dynamic of, well, you got Dylan, you have her friend group, you have Bethany and her friend group, you have Xana and her friend group, Ethan's friend group, Maddie's friend group, Kaylee's friend group. So you have all those different variations of people trying to make it work in this huge house.
Right.
Everybody's not going to get along, especially if they're drinking or things of that nature.
Yeah, and then it makes me start to think about like, okay, is some people's thought pattern is that somehow are they like all involved in a drug cartel, having not known each other for that long? And they're like, hey, I've only known you for the short period of time, but I trust you with getting
Right.
involved with this thing that could really take me down. I mean, I know I'm here to get an education. It's expensive. I've worked very hard to get to this point,
Right.
and I think it's worth the risk to like dabble in with a drug cartel. Are you in? It just
Yeah.
seems a little bit far fetched. So
Yeah. Or, the last roommate that left, she was the treasurer. So, Kaylee, now that you moved in, that's your position. You're the treasurer.
right,
Maddie, you're the you're
yeah,
the distributor, inventory, type
yeah.
warehouse worker type,
And they're like,
whatever.
okay, I need a volunteer. If it shit hits the fan, excuse my language. Uh, who's flushing? Who's flushing the
Right,
drugs? Should
exactly.
it hit
Right.
the fan? It's like, okay,
Exactly, exactly. I mean, it seems that angle just doesn't. I mean, of course, there's drugs. Of course, there's alcohol. Of course, there's fornication. There's all kinds of sin and debauchery going on in these houses. Of course, they're young. People are experimenting. They're doing all kinds of things. but the level that has been discussed, like the Cartel Avenue and all this and that and the other, man, that just blows my mind. I mean, I can't sit here and lie and say, well, no, I didn't go down that rabbit hole one time, but after I got to thinking logically, no way, no way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It seems like I don't know. And when I watched a lot of their like TikTok videos, and when they're pretending to be each other, and it just and they when you see them at parties and they got their big speaker, there's something about country music coming out of it that makes me
Yeah,
think, okay, I guess I don't know why. Maybe there is a connection where people can get deep into like drug cartel stuff and listen to country music. But it seems to me that the country music angle with the lyrics that you find in country music, it's going to be like a beer, maybe some harder stuff to drink, some marijuana, I guess, of course. But I don't know. I just don't see it being yeah, I don't know. But I guess, it's one of those things. It's, leave no stone unturned, right? I guess, like,
of
look into
course.
everything. But, when you there's a point where you get to where it's like, okay, now you're just, it's like, and I think Kaylee killed JFK. Okay, now you've gone too far. It's just too far. None of those roommates had anything to do with 9/11 either.
Right.
A little too much.
It does get a little too far, I mean, I was watching some lives since Thursday. I was watching Melissa Jade and her co-host Che, and I mean, some people really got upset in the chat over some of the stuff that was she was bringing out, and I've always been told that the more honest that you are, people are gonna be triggered by honesty. Like if it's a lie, a lot of times people aren't gonna they're not going to flinch. They're not going to, start a ruckus. But you start hitting that nerve where something is true.
Right.
Oh boy, that's when all hell breaks loose. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That honesty stuff. Was that that was just recently? You're on Melissa Jade with
Yeah. I was in the one last night with WS Mom Kim
oh,
and the
right,
one
right, right. Okay.
where she did with when Dot came up on the panel. I think that was Thursday night or something. That
Huh.
was wild. That was wild.
Oh, but you were covering the Dot situation, not that Dot was actually there. Because
Dot came up in the panel with Melissa Jade and
oh,
Shay.
okay.
Yeah. And I was in the chat, I wasn't on the
Yeah.
panel either time, but I was listening to all that stuff and it was pretty interesting. I mean, these leaked text messages seem to be the topic of the week, and
Right.
there's people that of course are debunking them. And I made a comment in one of my streams, I think, where I said if things that come out, if you're so quick to debunk every piece of evidence, how can you ever get justice for the real truth? You know what I mean? Like, how are you ever going to believe something enough that okay, well, this is legit? I
Right.
mean,
You mean, well, like once the verdict comes down, and then it's like, yeah, yeah. How many will still be like, yeah, I don't buy this verdict. I don't believe it. I often have had a thought though that because I think there's some people that believe they'll, like the word guilter. I hate, using the word guilter. It's almost like it's just a nasty word because you lean a certain way, it's like but I think they also attribute that word to like Steve Gonsalves. And I truly think that Steve Gonsalves wants the right person convicted, not just a person convicted. And it wouldn't even surprise me if in court, if they said we find the defendant guilty, but Steve Gonsalves felt like no, this is not the guy. After the trial, this ain't the
mhm.
guy. They got the wrong guy. I could see him standing up and saying, or at least going out to the news cameras and saying
Yeah.
this isn't right. This
I
I
mean,
support an appeal right now.
Man, when that trial finally happens and the verdict is shown, it's I don't know if you watched the OJ trial, if you
Yeah,
watched any of that. Well, I was watching that every day, and I mean, when they read the verdict, it's like the whole world. You could almost feel the whole world just ignite just a little bit. You know what I mean? All at once. And I mean, I hope it doesn't get to that extreme with this. I hope that people are able to handle the truth, whatever it is. If he's guilty, automatically he's going to have an appeal. So it's not like they're going to kill him the next day. You know what I mean?
right, right.
So, but
It's a
a
very
lot of
slow process to get to the
a
end.
lot of people think, well, if they find him guilty, they're going to shoot him the next day, and that's it. It's going to be over.
Right. Yeah, yeah. They're not going to take him out into the parking lot and just. Um, but yeah,
I mean,
do you think he'll get up on the stand?
I don't. I
Yeah,
think
I
he's
don't.
been
I
so
don't think so.
silent up to this point that I don't think we'll ever hear anything from him unless he pleads and they make him um, tell the families exactly what went on. I
Yeah,
mean, I believe that's the only way we're ever going to hear anything from him, if he pleads. And that's always a possibility, that's always a possibility.
right,
He could make this thing go out as long as possible and then say, well, you know what, I'll take a plea deal, but these are my conditions. Or the lawyer will be like, well, this is my condition, do you go with this? And I
right,
mean, because a lot of this is such a well publicized case. It's like there's nothing else going on in the world but this. How it even trumped the election right now.
right.
You know what I mean? It's like we're getting ready for a new president, and I hardly hear about that. It's like,
Yeah, yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Although I think there's still like when you think about like will they be able to find a jury pool? I still think there's still quite a few because I'll bring it up to people, and they'll say, "Oh, Idaho. I think they've maybe heard a little of something about it, but they
yeah,
can't quite remember what it was they heard." So I think there's still people out there that just don't have any. Now, of course, out in that area in Idaho, though, I don't know. I'm sure it's probably. Although I don't know, maybe if it's in your own backyard, maybe you don't talk about it the way we talk about it. Like, and I think
right,
about it
right,
every day, and I look to see who's on live and what's being discussed, and and you got your theory that plays in your head. I'm sure everybody has a press the play button, and they can see what they believe happened based on everything that they know so far. And they've hit play, and I check it out. It's like, okay, that's what I still believe today. And then you go
yeah.
listen to some other people talk, and you know, so I know it's
You know what
very,
I
very
think is
compelling.
cool? You know what I think is cool is like I started school to get my criminal justice, degree and stuff. And during this time, very early on, I had no clue what half the wording meant, what the documents, all that stuff. And now I'm so far into my degree program that, I understand a lot more than what I did at that very beginning, but I'm a searcher for knowledge. You know what I mean? If I
Right.
don't know about it, I want to find out about it. I don't want to be one of those people that just speaks based on somebody else's perception of what that word means.
Right, right. Yeah, you want to
You
check it
know?
out for yourself, and
Oh,
and
yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah. So you can make sense of that legalese, like during the trial there, or the court, the hearings, or some of the documents that are released.
yeah,
I really do have to lean on and rely on other people's interpretation of, or not interpretation, but their understanding. Like the lawyer, I like to watch him because he can break it down and explain, what's being said, why it's being said, what the angle might be. Um,
Well, let me ask you a question, Jeff. What makes you think that the Idaho 4, the victims, how come people aren't talking about them as much. They're focused on the hearing, Koberger, the conspiracy. Do you have any thought on that? Like how come their memory has been kind of like, okay, well, they're the one that died, but we're going to focus on the people that are living.
Right.
You get
Right.
what I'm saying?
I wonder if it's just that it's, it's what can you get your hands on? What is obtainable, either, either news stories or YouTube videos that you can go back and look at. Whereas, like I've got this cool app that for like TikTok, for downloading videos from these sites. So anytime, like I had gone down the rabbit hole of trying to find and look up names of anyone on TikTok that was either commented on one of the victims' TikTok pages, and then I'd look them up, and then sometimes they'd have videos of the victims on their
Right.
page. So this app is pretty cool because you copy and paste it in there, and it just downloads to your computer all the videos they've got posted. And so so kind of I do kind of look at those and try and get a sense of what kind of people they were. um I didn't go really too deeply into that. I think there's probably others out there that have, but I think it's I don't know, maybe it's so compelling. Like if Koberger's education, Catherine Ramsland, the professor that wrote about the autobiography about BTK. It's just so like that's one of the things I find so interesting and compelling, is that is this um is this someone who was studying to be the good guy to find these bad guys, but then something, like Star Wars kind of turned to the dark side, or was the dark side part of something from the early on? But it's very compelling to think that somebody that studies, how to be in law enforcement, is it something that is of interest, like to understand. You go in trying to, and well, you're in this, similar situation. Hope you don't go down that road. Stay in the light, man. Stay in the light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I get you. I mean, like you and I talked about the other day, if you indulge yourself with so much evil,
Yeah.
all your demons are going to get attached to whatever it is. And like I've stated, working with drug addicts and alcoholics and people of criminal minds, you know, as long as they're doing well, then they're being fed by a spiritual being, they're being fed by a spiritual awakeness, and, all this other stuff that's spiritual, that's very enlightening, positive. The moment that they start allowing themselves to drift back into, as you said, the dark side,
Right.
then all of a sudden, the venom starts overtaking them and, they become that creature again.
Yeah.
I believe that, this is my thing on Koberger. I believe that for the bright person that he became, his study was the chameleon effect. It was, well, I want to be accepted. I wasn't accepted as a drug addict. I wasn't accepted, because I was fat. I
Mhm.
was this, I was that. So therefore I'm gonna give the world something to accept me by. They can't kick me out because I'm the brightest in the room. They cannot accept me for being, continuing my education and studying under this person, studying under that person. I'm gonna get my PhD, so you have to look at me. But something along the way, I always call it the Jumanji drum. Did you ever watch the movie Jumanji?
Oh, with the board game.
Yeah, yeah. You know that drum that beats? It's like
Um,
the heartbeat type drum. Well, anyways, I always tell my clients it's like the Jumanji drum. That's whatever your affliction is that you fight on a daily, you're fighting beneath the surface to let that come out and play, so to speak. So
Right.
maybe the fact that he knew so much about crime scene investigation, um, how to the forensic part of it, how to get past that, how to get past this, how to get past that. I just wonder if that was him in his car. What made him think that his white car would not stick out like a sore thumb in that place?
Mm-hmm.
His white car.
Right.
Now, if you're gonna drive a car, I mean, I don't know what color I would have chose, but damn near, I mean, I would have went off into a
Right. A
muddy
darker, much
field
darker
and
color.
got it. Would have went and muddied it up where you couldn't have told what color it was.
Right. Right.
But that was also his compulsion, I guess, to keep his car clean. So it was shining like a shiny penny.
Do you ever think that the alibi, because the alibi to me seems like, very unexpected, the way is presented, and it makes me wonder if the alibi has been in his mind from the start, but the plan was to not leave any evidence of yourself in the house or anywhere, or and clean your car and not have any evidence of the house on
Right.
anything that you own. So if that happened, and that was the plan, if that had happened and he was successful, then what a confident thing to be able to say. It's like, yeah, I just like to drive around. And even if they can determine, because you don't want to show your cards, but if you think, okay, even if they can determine that is definitely my car, that's me there, no problem. My alibi is I like to drive around. Yeah, I drove around. I didn't see anything. And it's kind of like from the beginning, they said, we just want to talk to the occupant or occupants in this white car because they may have seen something. I'm sure at the time they said that, no, we're pretty sure this
Right.
car's got something to do
I
with it.
mean, because those cameras that are on Queen Road, it caught that license plate either coming or going. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
It caught it going west or east.
Well, I hope
One,
so. I sure hope so.
I'm pretty certain that one of them caught it, or they caught the occupant, shadowy face, whatever, in a mask, whatever. I mean,
Right.
in those text messages that Melissa was going over, Steve sent a text where he said, "We have video that shows him in the house or going in the house or something like that."
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I was trying to, and it's one of those things, like you gotta break it down. What he's saying, you can hear what he's saying, but what does he
Right,
mean? What is he meaning? Um, because I think, wasn't he saying it kind of in relation to the 3D cameras and the tearing down the house, and the views that you can see from the back of the house. And yeah,
right,
it does seem like it's a little unknown as to exactly what he means about and what he knows.
right.
But I know it can be interpreted. I think what you're saying is that, which does make me wonder. Well, even from the PCA, didn't it say it had a failed attempt to look like it was parking in front of the house? So how
Yes.
was that seen if the only cameras I know of aren't pointing at the front of the house? That makes me wonder, is there a camera that we haven't even heard about that
I'm pretty
captured
certain.
something?
I am pretty certain about that because it does show that. I was watching the Gray Hughes, I guess, the other day, and he was showing the car going all over um, Moscow. Well, it shows where he attempted to park in front of the house and he clipped his tire. He backs up a little bit, straightens it out, and then goes and makes the 3-point turn and then comes back. How would anybody have seen that? I mean, like you're saying, how about that camera that was supposedly on that pole behind the house from that trail cam or something that they were doing a project, the
Hmm.
school was doing a project or something like that?
I thought I'd heard that was debunked, but um but if so, yeah, that's right. Because it was like they caught some woman running away or something
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
It just sounds a little bit like it could be like this will get us injected into the story a little bit, and but it seems like, okay, why are we just now hearing about this? Where was this footage then? You know, like it just seems like the footage would have been delivered at some point, um, much earlier. And also, too, is it what you were doing still pictures like on a time lapse, or is it video that was shooting? Because it sounded like they were shooting for a long period of time. So I'm thinking it was time lapse. Because otherwise, I mean, I know my camera is not going to record for like 8 hours straight
Of
without
course.
one without overheating, and
Right.
two, I'm going to run out of memory cards pretty quick. So I don't know.
I mean, for all these people that have the unlucky job to go through all this video footage, can you imagine sitting there watching hours and hours and hours of video footage looking for certain things? I mean, after a while, your eyes are going to start to play tricks on you. Did I see what I think I just saw? You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, you
Is
know what
that
I've got? If you want to look at, I've got the 1:56 a.m. still picture. Wait, I haven't done this in a while. Forgetting. If you wanted to show this, this is that. This is apparently the still picture from the light bulb camera on the little blue house that's right next door. The only reason I was going to say you might want to look at it is because one of the unfortunate things that I see is what's happening with the license plates on the cars. It's just, I think that it's just a characteristic of infrared security camera when it's switched from regular, like just color mode, daytime mode to
right?
nighttime infrared. Those license plates, they glow like they're, like they're radioactive.
Yeah, I do see that. You're right. You're right.
So that might make it difficult to see the license plate. Actually, too, and he's only going to have a license plate on the back of the
Yeah.
car because there's none on the front. Now, I think that camera, just looking, see my mouse? Yeah, I think as he's coming around that corner, I think you're gonna catch the pretty clearly that there's no front license plate on the
Yeah.
car. Now that doesn't, that's not like, oh, that's proof. If he was the
Right.
only car that didn't have a front license plate, yeah, we have something. But but the one thing I think that this will show is that when you can watch the video from this camera and the video from Linda Lane, I mean, it's going to answer the questions about the Linda Lane footage. Like, is that an Elantra? It's like, well, yeah, because we just saw it. It's a dead end. This is the way you come in. This is the way you go out. It's a dead end. And,
When I first saw this, because I saw this, I don't even remember where I saw this at, but I saw this car right here, and I thought, is that him leaving right there? I mean, I know that's not an Elantra. I don't know what kind of car that is. I don't know if it's parked. Do you see what I'm
oh,
pointing at?
off to the right over
Yeah,
this one.
it's like a white car.
Yeah.
But I thought, is that his vehicle right there? But it looks different now that you've blown it up. But it still looks like a
Yeah.
little white.
Yeah. I hadn't really even looked at that close. I was already under the impression there's nothing to see here except for it's just from the camera, but it
Yeah,
was,
I noticed this right off the bat. Like I noticed this car and I thought, is this why they shared this still shot? Because this is him driving off.
it does seem like it looks like there's another car maybe parked in front of it, and it looks like
Yeah.
it's close to the curb, assuming that's the curb.
But look, if he did the 3-point turn right here, okay, he goes right here. Either he went this way and then went up this way. Wait, hold on. It'd be like this and then back this way, right? Or would it be this way and then back this way?
Oh
What's
wait,
a
you know what?
three?
I'm not seeing your mouse. I don't think. Then.
Okay, well, a 3-point turn at the end
So
of that street.
it
What
would
would it
be
look like?
coming from Queen Road Apartments to do the
Yeah.
turn. Okay, yeah. So he's coming here. I'm going to assume he's going to go left and then back up and then and then go back up the road, right? Is that what
Okay,
you
yeah,
would
that's
do?
what I was thinking too. That's what I was thinking also.
I think only because I mean, we sit on the left side of the car. I think it would feel more. It feels safer for me to do a turn like if I did it where I turned to the right and then backed up, and then that seems like it'd
But
be.
my point in asking that is how much do you think you can see into that car? Because it looks pretty lit up right there in the middle of that intersection.
Yeah.
How much do you think you can really see in that car? Do you think you can see you think you would be able to see a person in the vehicle? Do you think, you know, you'd be able to see two people as they turn back up Queen? I mean, would you be able to read the license plate at that point? You
Like
know, as he,
judging by the car parked next to the dumpster, I mean, it looks like it's got a bunch of like some top down light that's
yeah,
hitting this edge. So the thing is if he came around here and the driver's side door is facing the camera right here. Um, yeah, I'm just not sure. I don't know if his window's up, it
he
might be
didn't
hard to
have
see.
he didn't have tinted windows. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. Like that truck has tinted windows. So you can't really see in that truck.
Well, I wonder though if you got another element of infrared camera, is that
Right.
it's hard to see inside, vehicles unless they had like a pretty bright light inside. Like there's the black SUV they call it at 423. When that guy
Hmm.
gets in the vehicle, you can see that the dome light in the cars come on, and so unless there's like some light from inside the car as he's doing that turnaround, I'm not sure, you know, we're gonna see too much inside there. Because like I said, that looks like the light is coming kind of top down.
Yeah.
Um and it's the roof is basically he's gonna be sitting in a shadow of the light. Unless he sticks his head out the window to maybe.
Yeah. But I also thought, like you just said, when he hit that curb, what if he opened his car door and the inside light came on and it
Mhm.
illuminated his face? You know what I mean? Because I don't know about you, but I'm I'm clumsy when it comes to driving, and especially at night. So if I were to hit a curb or something like that, that'd be my first reaction is I'm gonna look, open the door, and make sure I didn't run over a huge rock or
Right.
a person, a cat,
Right.
whatever it
Right.
might be. So you know, I always thought, well, I wonder if he opened the door or if he just backed up and kept going. Who knows? Who knows at this point? But it just interesting to think about. How quickly all this transpired.
I have I heard somebody was saying that they thought they may have heard somewhere. Now this could be just completely bogus, so don't run with it or anything. But this notion that perhaps as he came from behind the house, came down to meet Queen and make that left turn, that he may have clipped the trash cans and
Hmm.
they fell over. Now I don't know if that's true, but if that is, maybe it is possible. Maybe, maybe he did, open the door to check to make sure everything was okay. Actually, one of the things I keep meaning to and want to do, maybe even tomorrow I might try and put it together. But, I did a little video of I took a Google Earth map of picture of the neighborhood, and I had a little tiny still picture of an Elantra from the top, and it drives around the building. But I wanted to take that with the sound you hear at 4:21:19 a.m. That's the sound of the car just taking off like they just robbed a bank. Is the way I put it. The and just try and imagine the path, because um I think you can hear that he maybe makes that left turn, loses a little bit of control, and
Yeah,
then hits the gas to head down towards the stop sign we see in this picture. Um, if it lines up, I mean, it would seem to kind of make sense because there's skid marks that they measured in front of the house. Um, that would make sense that they would be there. That
right.
if he lost lost control coming around that left turn. Because I mean, think about it. He was just, I think, well, you would maybe know better with like the human nature of people. Someone who's just done something like this, will they kind of be like, just hit the gas, I got to get out of here? Or will they be very controlled and like the person at 423 that's casually walking to their SUV, hitting their key fob twice, lighting up the whole parking lot for everybody to
No,
see, like, hey, I'm just going to
no,
work.
no, I don't think that. I believe that just like other people have stated, his adrenaline dump was probably a full tilt. It took everything in his composure to, if he did strip down, it would take everything in his mental capacity to focus enough to strip down. That's probably why he left the sheath under where he left it, if he left it, because at that point the adrenaline was kicking in, all that high, So by the time you've done all that, have you ever been in a fight like toward the end and you've won and you're still on that emotional high and you could fight three other dudes, but then probably 5 minutes later, boy, you're just sound asleep on the couch. So this would be just like that. It would be like, he's hauling ass around that corner. And then my question though, is that car a stick or is it an automatic?
Yeah, it's a pretty well. Trying to remember if I looked into that with the like in the footage. When
Because
they
if
pulled
it
him
was an
over.
automatic, he could have accidentally knocked it out of gear,
Yeah,
and that's what caused him to kind of veer off path. You know what I mean? And
right,
then
right,
popped it back into gear and then took off. But I mean, if you're trying to get out of that little area right there, that road isn't very wide, and there's cars on both sides of those streets.
right.
So it's an obstacle course, it's not like that road is clear and there's no cars on the side of the street. So if he lost control on that turn, he's probably like, oh shit, I'm about to hit this car or this dumpster. I need to correct it and get back on path. He probably slowed down a little bit and then hauled ass once he got on Taylor up
Yeah.
to Walenta.
You want to see the I think I have the skid marks shot.
Yeah, I mean, show me what you got, man. I mean,
Should be able to find this pretty quick. I
Sabrina, you
started.
still here? Give me a one if you're still here. Everybody else left already.
Let's see. Yeah, I have a tendency with elements that I pull down from the internet that I'm going to use in a video maybe. I
Right.
don't relabel or change the file name because I like to be able to get back to where to see where I got it from. And so sometimes they just don't I don't have a, but I started appending the file name to say like, skid marks or
Right, right.
this or that or the other. But
You're like, oh shit, it's my underwear and wrong one.
yeah, oops, don't show that. Don't show that. Yeah, I'll be like 12 gauge. You have some editing to do on this live stream, please.
Like, man, what kind of show is this?
And see, like this, then when I like car skid, I have a folder with sound effects of a car skid.
Yeah, I remember hearing the Linda Lane where that car actually revs up. And that's why I was saying, did he knock it out of gear and revved it up and then popped it back in gear and took off? Do you
Well,
get what
now
I'm
you know what we could do. Do you want to listen to that sound? I think that would come through okay. To check that I know I have on my channel, so that's easy to
Sure, let's listen to that.
it's easy to pull up. So it's going to be the 4 a.m. Let me cue it up to. All right. Oh, look at that! I hit the bar. I hit the bar in the timeline. I was 1 second off from where I was trying to get.
Wow.
Present. Share screen. Okay. So I'm gonna actually I'll back it up to. Let me go to 421.01. Turn the
Okay.
sound on. So 421.01 is where I believe I hear a car trunk slam shut. And then 18 seconds later at 421.19, that's where the car is speeding off.
So 421, that's when he would have put everything in the trunk, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm speculating might have happened here is that at 421.01 slams the trunk. Because the weird thing is when I was first looking into this and I was like, what is that sound? It's like 18 seconds before the car's taking off. That's like if it was the car door and you just did this and this is truly what it is, if it is, the killer, it's like, why would you wait 18 seconds to get out of there? But then I started thinking, okay, maybe that's a trunk sound. And that makes more sense. It's going to take a little longer to come around the car, get in the car. And the thing is if he's parked at the back of the house with the driver's side door facing the house, it would make sense that you might not hear the car door because it's facing away from the camera.
Right.
Plus, two, maybe he slammed the trunk and thought, "Oh crap, what the hell am I doing?"
Right.
It's like I gotta not be so noisy. So then when he got in the car, he was like, "I'm gonna close the door a little quieter."
Yeah, because people do that. I used to sneak into a girl's room. Don't get this the wrong way, but my girlfriend, I'd sneak into her room and I'd go to leave and I'd slam the damn car door and I'd like, great job, man.
Right.
Your dad's gonna come out any minute with that shotgun.
Right.
know?
Yeah, you thought the car door slam was loud. Wait till you hear that shotgun going off.
Right, exactly.
All right, so let me hit play here and see if we can hear this.
All right.
Here comes 4 seconds from now. Could you hear that?
Yeah.
I'm going to mute my mic so it doesn't interfere. You see around 422, it starts to come. Oh, here it comes back again.
So what time did that SUV take off?
So that was
27?
Yeah, so that's coming up right here. We can probably, it's 423. But like around 422, you hear the sound kind of go off in the distance, but then you hear it come back. And I really think I think he looped around and came up Walenta to Ridge Road, and now he's in the housing neighborhood behind the apartment, the Queen Road apartments.
Yeah, because it looks like it's been snowing or something. You see all that white stuff on the ground next to the fence?
Yeah, I don't. It could be. It's kind of hard to tell. There's the guy right there that gets in.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell if that's snow there or if that's just the infrared camera and what it's it's how it's showing us.
I mean, it's just very convenient how we hear that sound and then all of a sudden this guy comes and gets in this big ass vehicle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of coincidences in this Linda Lane. You know what I mean? There's a lot of coincidences.
Right. I mean, is it out of the realm of possibility that this person is involved? No, but I do find it interesting though that let me go back to where he first comes out. I mean, you can see he hits the key fob. Wait, let me back up a little bit. All right, Ned, I'll come take you out in a minute. The dog wants to go outside. Actually, wait, let me see. If I do theater mode, does that make it bigger? Yeah.
Yeah, because I see like a flashlight or something go across the screen.
Well, actually, here, let's do this.
Right there. You
Yeah,
see
that was it. I did a video though where I followed and tracked. Wait, it should be Linda Lane observations. This one.
Okay.
So you can see the guy walking. Very kind of thin metal door, it sounds like, too, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's a big ass truck. I mean, it lights up everything.
Yeah, you might think about like maybe keep your headlights off until you kind of
Yeah.
get out of there.
And it has a nice stereo system.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell for sure, but it does sound like maybe there's some music playing.
Yeah. Like he's not, whoever that is not making any qualms about being quiet.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I think's interesting is when I've watched so many creators over the months since this happened, since the Linda Lane came out, I've seen people show, did you see that? Somebody just jumped through that window after that guy got in.
Right.
Did you see
right.
that? There's somebody getting beat down next to that truck. You know, there's you see those legs, they're carrying somebody or something of that sort. You know, it just
Right.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, no, the thing is too, I think you have to take into consideration the video compression on this footage. I mean, if you look at the grass or the snow or stuff, you see in the parking lot, the asphalt, it shifts around and it looks like it's moving around, but it's really that's just new pixels being created, and it's not so I think it can be a little deceiving. And part of me wonders too, it's like sometimes you can see what you desire to see.
Right.
And you might go with what you desire to see rather than trying to explain what's really going on in front of your eyes.
Are you the one that said about the camera, how the camera views one particular image until it sees motion and then it changes? Were you the one that said that?
Yeah, I'm no expert on video compression, but from what my understanding is, like, so this image of this parking lot with this Toyota in the foreground, nothing's changing for a long time. The camera's not moving, the car is not moving, and so in video compression technology, it's going to continue to just try and show you the same frame over and over again. I think there's like these reference frames. I think they're called like IPB frames that do occur every like so often, almost like a reset. Like, has anything changed? Has anything changed? Has anything changed? And so then it isn't really until something new happens in the frame and it says, oh, we got to make new pixels for this new information. But we can still keep using the rest of the frame that hasn't changed. So it's a blending of the new information with the information that's always been sitting there. So that's why a lot of times when you see things moving, especially with low quality, high video compression, you're seeing the edges of things are a little messed up because it's basically trying to make new pixels and blend the two.
Yeah.
It kind of explains too why this guy walking, you don't see him continually walking, right?
No,
now is he vanishing? Is he a superhero? Is this a Marvel Comics? No, it's showing you the frame that's been there the whole time, and then new information for this frame. But it's almost like the video compression is saying, oh, I lost him. Oh, here he is. He appears here. It's
Right. Right. That's
in the
true.
video world, it's like as a video professional, we don't buy cameras and video equipment that is compressed. We want uncompressed video for this very purpose. We want the quality. This is just the nature of the beast, because you have to compress it, because otherwise, this is designed to be recorded for hours and hours and hours and
Right.
hours.
Right.
You can't have these huge files that are uncompressed. It's ridiculous to think that, and it's unfortunate though, because wouldn't it be nice to be able to see this in just super high quality?
Oh
uh,
yeah, in high definition, there'd be no issues about what kind of car it was, what kind of vehicle it was, who you saw running, things of that nature. But
right,
I
right,
think something that people forget about this Linda Lane footage, and maybe they don't forget, maybe they just want to talk the way they want to think, and that's okay. But people forget that life was happening that night all over campus.
hmm,
There was people going on with their lives. They were partying. They were going from place to place. There was people driving up to those apartments, picking up their friends. Maybe somebody was having an argument, having this. All this stuff was going on.
right,
These events not necessarily have anything to do with what happened at that house.
right,
But somehow or another, people interject every little scenario into, well, they must have known what happened, or they knew, or they heard something, or they heard the dog barking, or this, that, and the other. One thing I heard very early on is that dog is not the type of dog that barks.
right.
He might bark, but he's not like the little devil I got outside that sit there and yaps his brains out, while I'm doing a stream. He's a yapper. He'll sit there and yap. I love him, but he's a yapper. Um, but but I I always heard that Kaylee's dog was not a barker.
Right.
Was not a barker. So
What kind of dog was it again? As a Labradoodle? Is that what it was?
yeah, a golden doodle or something, labradoodle, something. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder
And
if it.
also, they don't shed. They were saying that. I heard very early on that the dog got shaved, and I remember seeing a video,
Uh-huh.
or not a video, a picture somebody took of the dog bed right outside Kaylee's room, and there was dog hair all in the dog bed.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Like the
yeah, it looks
dog,
like a little beanbag type of thing.
yeah, and there was dog hair all over the dog bed.
Golden
But
Doodle. You're right. Yeah, Golden Doodle.
when you see all that stuff and you hear it, it's going so fast, you're just like, well, that has nothing to do with it. But then when you think back on it, you're like, oh shit, maybe that was a clue. But you can't find that picture again. You can't go back and, find that picture.
Right. Hey,
Another,
here's what the bark sounds like if you want to see this.
yeah, let's hear it.
Let me see. It give you the what the dog looks like too. So it'd be interesting if we ever hear the light bulb camera that it supposedly picked up a dog. We'll compare it to.
Yeah.
What if my dog?
You know what? That sounds like a dog that's on that camera.
Does it?
It does, like far away though.
Huh.
But he's not really loud. Like he's not. It's not a deep.
Yeah.
It's
It's
not a.
interesting. We can see how many times he does it, but it's got a two-part bark. It's like, oh, 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 oh.
Yeah.
You know, I,
Yes, it's not a continuum.
it's like, well, that was two in a row right there. I don't know if there was. That's different from my dog. My dog doesn't do the two. It's almost like he fills up the lungs with air to bark, and then he barks, and he's like, "Oh, got a little air left. One more for you. Here you go."
Right. It's not. But do you think that you'd really be able to hear that 200 yards away?
Yeah, I don't know.
It'd be that distinct that you'd be able to hear that dog like that. I don't think so,
Not
unless it was out in the backyard or out on the balcony. Then you could probably hear it.
well, now if I'm correct about that trunk closing at 42101, you heard how faint that was. I mean, that
Yeah,
was, I mean, to hear it really, really well, I really got to boost the volume up. So if a slamming metal car trunk from from closer to you than closer to
yeah.
the camera is that faint, then imagine sounds of people being startled by someone that's attacking them. I mean, how much time? I don't see necessarily screaming happening right away. I think there's more just shock of like, what am I seeing? What is happening? And then by then it's probably too late. I've also heard interviews with people that have been stabbed, and I think there was one guy who said he was stabbed. He ran to his car, and it wasn't until he got into his car that he realized he saw the blood. He realized he was stabbed. So he didn't even know he's been stabbed. But
I
and I
mean,
know the coroner.
I
Mhm.
did a video on that too, where I described a lot of stab wounds and what happened to different areas of the body that's stabbed. And they even described the areas of the chest. Like if you're stabbed in the chest or you're stabbed in the arm right here, or even in the brachial area right here, you have no control over your arm. Like you get stabbed right here or sliced
Hmm.
or stabbed, these nerves and the muscle get torn. So therefore your arm just flops down to the side. It doesn't matter how much you want to use your arm, you cannot bring it back up. The same thing with being shot right here. You know, in the movies, they get shot right here and they're using their arm to fight somebody off and throwing somebody off. That's not realistic. You
Right.
get shot right here, it's going to damage all that nerves, all that muscle, and your arm just going to flop down to the side. So, to say that these individuals were fighting back, I mean, it sounds great, but I don't know how much fighting back they really did other than maybe this.
Right. So just doing that, the wounds from doing that could be, some misinterpreting it could think they were fighting back. Really, they're just kind of like, please stop, basically.
I mean, and I
Now,
made
is that knowledge, the knowledge of cutting, where is that from your criminology studies that you learn that kind of thing, or do you know that from something else? I know you said you fought three guys and then took a nap.
um, no, actually, I don't remember where I learned that from, but I looked it up and I made a video about it. It's one of my third videos, and it has like a K-bar knife on the front as a thumbnail, and it
Okay.
has all that information on it. But as far as
Check it out.
the bullet thing, I learned it through human anatomy. I took human anatomy and microbiology when I was going into another field, and I learned through all the nerves and all that stuff how it would not be possible for you to continue to use your arm, because if you get sliced right here, it slices through the tendons, it slices through the muscles, the nerves. So you think of these muscles holding this arm taut, right? So you slice it, these things are going to break like a rubber band.
Right.
So your arm is instinctively going to snap this way, and your arm just going to fall because there's nothing holding it taut.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
as far as the fingers are concerned, I don't know about the fingers. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, I mean, if you've ever, cut your finger, it bleeds pretty good. But, you know, as far as still being able to use it, I'm pretty certain because there's not a lot of tendons or muscles in the finger areas.
Right.
But I'm certain around the chest area, about the abdomen too. That you take a good stab or a good slicing there, then it's gonna incapacitate you fairly quickly. Obviously, right here, slice the voice box. You ain't gonna be able to talk. You ain't gonna be able to scream.
Right.
You know.
Well,
Um,
obviously, you probably already know the reason I ask if it's from your criminology studies that you learn this, because it it makes me stop and think. It's like, especially if I'm comparing, like, Okay, was this the act of a drunk frat guy or somebody who studied this kind of stuff and maybe has been ruminating on it and thinking about it for a long time? Um, and then the perfect storm happened in their lives and they decided that this is what they're going to do. It just seems to me like, okay, if I'm putting my money on one or the other, it's like I just see the frat guy being drunk and angry, loud, not controlled, not quiet, not the drunk frat guy does not care that he slammed the trunk. The drunk
Right.
frat guy is slamming the door as well, and he's peeling out as he's got like ACDC cranked. He's just,
Yeah.
it's not.
The second vehicle would have been the drunk frat guy, the big truck, that would have been the drunk frat.
Right. Yeah. Or yeah, probably like, okay, I don't want anybody to know I'm drunk as I'm about to drive. Yeah, that could.
Yeah.
I've often said though that the 423 black SUV guy, that guy, I always thought that guy is either he's on his way to work, he works early somewhere, or he's trying to get home before his wife wakes up. one or the other, maybe.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. You're probably right about that.
It
But
seems to
getting
me
back,
too that they'd be able to figure out if that guy lives there, that vehicle would be the very next day. I'm sure they'd look, and I'm sure if he really does live there, I'm sure he's going over there and say, hey, what's going on? What this happened last night? Around what time?
yeah.
I was leaving for work around 4:23. I mean, oh my gosh.
I mean, had that ever happened to you anywhere? Like you may have just went through a yellow light, and then you hear later on the person 3 cars behind you went through it, and they got into a massive car wreck, and you were just
Right.
there. Something traumatic just happened, but you made it out for whatever reason.
Or if you're, there've been times where, you come up on an accident that just happened. There's nobody there except the vehicles, and you can see it's fresh, and you think to yourself, oh my gosh, I forgot my phone in the house and I went back to get it. And because
Right.
of that, maybe that's why I wasn't in that wreck. But
Jeff, you were asking about the knife, and that's interesting that you asked about that because early on, I got on Reddit. I'd post, things that I knew. I'd instantly get attacked, all this stuff. I'd post on some of the platforms that are on YouTube, people would attack me and this and that. One of the things I would say is because I was learning during this time about serial killers, and they were talking about that 80% of females use knives when they're killing. 80%.
hmm.
So I was thinking, well, I mean, I know a guy that's the 20% range, but why would a guy use a knife? A guy's going to use a gun,
Right.
he's going to beat you to death. Also, I remember hearing very early on, I don't know if you heard it, and this might be rumor, but I remember hearing that Ethan got his leg cut so deeply that it went into his hamstring areas.
Hmm.
And there were some other things that were done to him that actually took some time to do. He had some stuff cut off and, this, that, and the other. And I remember hearing that. And I thought, man, that took some time.
Hmm.
But for one person, okay, we're going to go to one person theory here right quick, okay? So stay with me.
Okay.
One person, remember very early on, the coroner said they were all asleep. So they were all stabbed and killed in their sleep. I could see that with the females because all the females were little statured women. They were 5'5", not very big. I could see that. The 6'4" guy, unless he wasn't as athletic as people made him sound, that's the only way that I could see that he overtook him.
Mm-hmm.
But if it would have had to be something very quickly, like, you take out Maddie, so you have one person that you're having to deal with, and she's giving you a hell of a fight. You finally take her out. You go downstairs, you encounter Xana. She starts fighting with you, jumping on you, yelling for Ethan. He comes out, and then you're like, oh shit, I got two of them jumping on me and shit. How are you gonna? I mean, you just had a fight upstairs. You know what I mean? And you're downstairs and you're fighting these two off.
Right.
How are they not going to overtake you? I mean, because when your fight or flight kicks in, you become superhuman, bro. You you've heard of mothers lifting their vehicle to get their babies out from under a tire and stuff like that, you know. They'd
Right.
never be able to do it on a normal day, but that moment that superhuman strength kicked in.
Right.
So, I mean,
It's like the Incredible Hulk. I remember back when I was a kid that we watched that show all the time. I loved it. And I think it was because that show was so popular, there was often news stories talking about,
mhm.
people that had like you said, a mother lifting a car off to save her child or something. Yeah. Yeah, that adrenaline and that yeah, whatever it is in combination that just makes you able to do that. But my theory, I don't know if you ever heard my theory about how think it happened, how it went down, at least in the order. But I imagine, I'll say it quick. I don't because I can go off, but just so basically, I think Maddie was first in her room. I think she was probably passed out, and the first victim might have been the only one that he intended. Maybe this was an SA that he wanted to do, or not. Maybe. Okay, see, I'm going off tangents already. I'm gonna keep it quick.
It's fine. You're good. You're good. I want to hear this.
No, because it'll go on for an hour.
Hey, it's fine, man. I'm good. I'll give you 1 more hour and a half or so. Then we're good.
But so I imagine Maddie's maybe passed out in bed. She looked a little inebriated on the Grub Truck video. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
I'll insert this too because it's another thing. I partially wonder if maybe is it possible she still had that black jacket on, passed out in the bed after eating, and thus I know there's a lot of people that just love to say law enforcement is behind this and love to hate the law enforcement. But is it possible they lifted up that black jacket and said, one, they said this thing smells like it's been here for like a month. But two, they're aware of what Maddie was wearing in the bed and where she's still laying, up there as they're investigating. So, okay, so Maddie is first. I believe Kaylee, even though Gonsalves' family seems to think that they were in the bed together, I don't think so. At least that's my theory currently. I think Maddie was in her room. I think the dog was alerted to the smells or in the sounds of a stranger in Maddie's room. And just like my dog's, is barking a little, I know he wants to go out, but he's got a different bark if somebody's approaching the house. And I can easily see myself saying, look at the way my dog's acting. There's someone here. It would make total sense to say that. So I think Maddie is in her room, gets awoken by the dog. Maybe the dog commotion also is what wakes up Dylan. So she says, sounds like somebody's playing with the dog. I think Kaylee is coming across the hall to check it out. The words that Dylan described was, there's someone here. If Kaylee was in the room with Maddie and there's a killer in there, I don't think she's going to say, there's someone here. Or I think there's someone here.
Maybe she was saying that out loud to alert Maddie. Hey, there's somebody here.
Right.
Be careful, whatever.
Right. Yeah, because if they were concerned about stalkers, apparently, the news story, the vape guy was talking about them. So, yeah. But they so I think Kaylee came across the hall, said there's someone here, saw what was happening to her friend. Maybe she didn't see that it was a knife that was going. Maybe she thought it was it was an SA type of thing and so she went in. Look at her dad. Her dad is alpha dad, is take charge. Surely she has got some of that in her and tried to go stop it. And maybe she realized very quickly that, oh man, he's got a knife and
by that point I grabbed her.
Yeah. And the thing is if the killer had in his mind the methodology of Ted Bundy, which Ted Bundy was, he had a piece of firewood. He knocked them unconscious first, and then he took a stocking and strangled them. So if his methodology was the same kind of thing, if he studied serial killers, which I think he did, and he studied that this guy went into a sorority and managed to pull off a very quiet crime by doing it this way. The butt end of the K-bar knife, this butt end is I mean it is hard. It is like it's a hammer. It's basically, when
yeah, you could turn it around and knock somebody out with it.
Yeah. So you hold it that way, and I mean that's no different than a hammer. I don't know if you can see it's just it's metal, and it's heavy. It's a like a I can't remember the weight of it, but so I would imagine if that's in his mind, his methodology, knock them out first and then use the other end of the knife. And the thing is like if they're knocked out, don't you think you could unalive somebody with the sharp end of this weapon with an unconscious person and control where the blood goes? So it seems to me that if that is the methodology, explains how he can keep it off of himself. It's not just this mad attack like it's in a Hollywood movie. But I think Kaylee coming in might have startled him. And now I've heard that she's had some very heavy damage to her face. If
that could explain the K-bar knife, that end of it.
Yeah. So if he, basically you startle somebody and they attack your face with basically a hammer, and then if, like you said, if you're slicing certain crucial parts, and then if Kaylee tried to get away and jump onto the bed and her arm doesn't work and she just falls over, and but it does seem like where she was found, I imagine, is she trying to scooch back, like to get away, and that's where
probably so.
So
I mean, because it is human nature, and most girls do that I don't know where they learned that, but they're scooting back and they're kicking at you with their feet.
Right.
To keep you at a distance. I mean, most girls that I've ever seen fight or, that I've been play fighting with or whatever, they instantly go into that crab type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then they kick you in the face or something to get.
Yeah, I mean, their legs are very strong, so that could very, very well have been.
But I think that you've got the. Well, let me tell. I don't like to show any video of myself holding this knife because I'm sure that there are haters that would love to use the video. So, but the sheath itself. So if you've got the knife in one hand and you've pulled it out of the sheath, and people say, why would he take a sheath in there? It's like, brother, this thing, I ran it across my edge of my arm because a friend on a live stream said, you ought to try, just see how sharp it is. I was like, whoa, it just shaved off all my hair in this little pack with one little slide. So you don't want that. You don't want to be walking around without this until it's ready to use. It's like turning the safety off on a weapon. When you're intending to use it.
Yeah, my uncle had one and we used to play around with it. And one day I was pissed off at my friend and I slung it down and it missed his toe by that much, right? So we got into it and we're pushing each other around. Well, we barely touched it. I mean, we barely tapped the knife and it broke the tip off. That's how, I mean, they are durable, but the tip breaks very easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hadn't thought. Yeah, it does, because it does come to a
it breaks very easily.
Very, very thin.
So I mean, any type of twisting or
at the bottom.
Yeah.
See, it tapers off.
Yeah. I mean, it broke so easily, and I was saddened by that because it was my uncle's and he was deceased at that point. But we played around with that knife all the time, sticking it in the floor, and it was sharp as hell even then. And
right.
And you're right. It was heavy. It was a heavy knife. You have it in your hand. I mean, you could literally knock somebody out using it almost like brass knuckles. You know what I mean? Hitting somebody in the jaw. And
I mean, it's definitely, I'm weighing it against like an iPhone. It's definitely heavier. It's about like two of these iPhones, I think, in weight. But
I mean, I've always wondered about those because they said her damage to her face was so deep that it you couldn't even really tell who it was. You know, they couldn't tell which
mm,
girl it was. The only way they knew is, by doing the autopsy and stuff like that, because it was so disfigured. That's
mm.
how many times that she took whatever it was to the face.
Is that like knowing criminal minds, would somebody that just appears all of a sudden and could wreck your whole plan and startles you, is that probably how you see them reacting to that? Do they just pounce on this person, or
Well, what I've read is most serial killers have an MO, meaning that I mean, obviously BK wasn't a serial killer, but I'm sure he had a methodology of what he was planning to do. And beating somebody to a pulp and stabbing them, those go against two different
mm,
mentalities. You know what I mean? If you're going to beat somebody to death, then why stab them after that?
right,
If I'm going to beat you to the pulp, why am I going to stab you 54 more times?
right?
That's overkill. That's why I'm saying in my studies, it usually says that those overkills are usually women, crimes of passion, as they say, but I don't know. I mean, this case is so it's what we don't know that's gonna keeps us in suspense of what could be. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't follow that guideline of, well, this is the method of this type of person, this is the method of this type of person, because we don't know that side of BK. If we knew that side of BK, then we'd be like, yeah, it's him. It's him.
Right,
He used to beat his girlfriends and he used to do this, he used to do that, you know.
right.
Then we'd really be certain. But I mean, based on what I've read and what I've studied, it usually doesn't go like that. You don't beat somebody up and then knife them to death.
Is it possible? Well, no, because we do know. I think they said that Kaylee was stabbed a bunch of times, right? I was thinking maybe that explained where they said the differences in the wounds. I was thinking that maybe possible, yeah. Um, but I wonder if the whole notion of knocking them unconscious is to keep them quiet, because that's, I mean, you saw four cars parked in front of the house. You know that the neighborhood is rather quiet, and maybe his worst enemy would be screams or noise or something to alert. And so maybe it's just, you go at the source of the mouth, the face,
Right.
to keep quiet. Um but anyway, so the rest of my theory, basically, my theory, I think I point it towards that each victim was one at a time, because I think that makes it more plausible to have done it just as one person, to do it in this short amount of time. And so anyway, that's the first two victims. When he goes downstairs, one, I think he may have tripped on that little step up into the living room. And I say that because I think when he's leaving, I think he's looking down at that step to not trip again. And maybe is part of the reason why I don't think he sees Dylan, because he's looking down there. And when you're looking down, you say, well, I don't think he was wearing glasses, but looking down,
Oh, of
the
course.
light hits the eyebrows very well, mask or hat or hood or whatever he's got on his head, you looking down. So, but I think in my scenario, I wonder if, they've just ordered DoorDash. And I've often said, if Xana is anything like my wife and we're about to eat something, she's like, go wash your hands. So I imagine that Ethan could have been in the bathroom washing his hands. Maybe, you know, they've been drinking. I assume they were at a party. Maybe he's relieving himself, doing other things. He's in the bathroom, the door closed. And I think the door closed too, because he didn't live there and he's in a house full of women, right? So it makes sense. I would think just common courtesy, close the door. But I think if the killer came down at that point, could hear that people were there on that ground on the second floor, went towards Xana's room, and if Xana is on TikTok, in my mind, I picture her, and I'm picturing the room with her back to the killer, and the footsteps of the killer coming up behind Xana. Surely Xana probably thought, "Oh, that's Ethan coming back from the bathroom." So I imagine he comes up, same methodology. He uses the hammer end of the knife, knocks her and thud, she falls to the floor and is whimpering. This is consistent with what Dylan heard, right? And so she's partially knocked out. Maybe she is kind of knocked semi-unconscious, but she's on the floor. I picture face down. And then Ethan, the killer, I think maybe hears, I don't know, toilet flush, maybe some sounds that tells him somebody's coming from the bathroom. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe I just watched too much Pulp Fiction with John Travolta coming out of the bathroom to meet Bruce Willis standing there. But I think the killer, if you look at the floor plan of that room, the killer could have backed into that corner where the closet is, and Ethan would not. Yeah, perfect. So if the killer backed into the corner to the right there, he could, yeah, see there. So that's the door to the hallway that's closed, but that's a closet right there with no door.
Right.
The killer could just back up right there. Xana is, laying there on the floor. I picture if Ethan came out and saw her lying on the floor, he may have thought like, "Oh man, we had too much to drink. Are you okay?" And then I could just imagine him saying, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." And he goes to help lift her up off the floor. And now he's kneeling down. He's got his back to the killer, who's kind of tucked back in that closet area there. And then same methodology, the hammer to the head, knocked unconscious. And then the other end of the weapon is used in a controlled fashion where all the spray is going to go in the opposite direction of the killer. It's going to be.
You know what tricked me out? I'm going to cut you off right quick, really, because I'll forget this. This is the second floor bathroom. Look how huge this thing is. It looks like a laundry room for the.
Right.
See, this is the second floor bathroom next to Xana's room. And for the longest time, I thought this was a little bitty bathroom. One of those, like, there's a toilet, there's a sink there probably, and that's it.
Right.
But that thing is huge. I saw this the other day, and it looks like it has a sink, a washer and a dryer, and a shower. So this thing is huge. Like you said, what if he was in here and then stepped out and, confronted the killer? It says, this is where he was found. Interpretation of the affidavit. It says ambiguous.
Right. Some people think it was, that he was in the bed and that it's his red stuff that's seen outside the house.
Yeah.
And I've heard this too, that he was there on the floor. Don't you think too, when you think about, because a lot of people say, "Oh, this whole crime scene was contaminated. They can't possibly know anything that happened because it's just totally contaminated." But the friend, was it Hunter, that apparently found Ethan?
Right.
Don't you think if Hunter said, "Okay, everybody get out of here. Don't you think that everybody would have I don't know how many people that age really want to see this and want to get out, or would they think to themselves, I don't want my fingerprints or anything connected with any of this. I'm getting out of here. So part of me feels like, I just don't see, like, especially the third floor being contaminated. I just don't see anybody going up there to like check it out, or like, hey, I know we live in the day of iPhones, and like you see a fight or somebody getting robbed or attacked, instead of helping them, you pull out your phone and take videos of them.
But look at this, Jeff, how, like, as you're saying your theory, look how dark it is.
Yeah.
And here's that step that you're talking about. How would you not trip on this son of a bitch, either going up or down it?
Right.
And here's the door right here. So if you're in that adrenaline rush and you just finish them off, this is gonna you're gonna be like, oh shit. You might round this corner expecting not to see anything. And even though you may have seen this going this way, you forgot about it. So you round this way, you say, oh shit, maybe take a step a little bit, be like, oh, that's the light.
Right.
Then you say, oh, I got to remember to step down. You know, there's Dylan supposedly being in that room. Hopefully it was darker than that. But look at that shit.
Right.
You're telling me that you're able to go through that maze right there. Let me turn the light on because I'm getting confused here. I mean, how did you not end up over here going, oh shit, I missed the doorway?
Right.
You
Right.
get what I'm saying? It's like you're in a panic. I know I would be. I mean, I'm not trying to talk for BK, but you know, wouldn't you be in a panic?
Right. Right. Yeah,
You'd be
and I mean I assume that good vibes light was putting out a good amount of light to be able to see better than maybe what that dark photo shows. Like the
yeah,
human eye is going to always be better than a camera, what a camera does, but and I really do think that good vibes light is what was lighting his face for Dylan to see, but also at the same time blinding him from seeing much because you're
yeah.
um his eyes would have been adjusted to that bright light and the irises would have closed down in his eyes, whereas she's in the dark looking at a guy who's being lit, almost like it's like she's a photographer taking a photo of somebody with a nicely placed light
Right,
specifically for their
exactly.
face. um
I'm kind of curious at what print. I mean, I know right here they got the left foot, but was it the left foot or the right foot latent print? Did
yeah, I
they
wonder
say in
that
the
too.
PCA? Did they
I don't
say?
I don't think so. I think it just said let me see, I think it just said footprint.
And look how close that footprint is to the door. Like, did he get there and be like, well, you know what? I don't have time. You're lucky I'm tired. I'm going to head on out.
Right.
Or I killed your ass too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder if I mean I know that's got to be just an well, it says approximate there. So it's just a
Oh, of
guess
course.
as to where it would be, but um, let's
And
see.
you know, like the other day I told you about the stairs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there's, I think, 9 going up. In the dark, you've never been in this house before. You're going to round this corner because you're on a mission.
Right.
How the hell are you not going to trip on a step? Are you gripping the wall, walking? You know, in my last video, I said, is he barefoot? Does he have surgical booties on? Does he not have shoes on? Does he have um, shit? Is he wearing? You know those workout shoes that have the toes on them, and
Oh, was it just like the with it kind of smooth on the bottom?
yeah, they're webbed looking workout shoes.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, is he wearing some of those? You know, what's he wearing?
Yeah.
Supposedly he was wearing some Vans. So if he was going up these steps, how did he not trip? At least on one of them. How
Yeah.
did he not make that stomping noise that Maddie made going up these steps? Remember when she went up these steps?
Yeah. Yeah.
She was stomping. How loud that shit was. How did she not wake up then? How did she not wake up him going up that and up these steps
Right. Right.
and coming down? Okay. I know usually when I know the steps, I usually, try to get, if there was 2 of these, I'd balance and then jump off 3 of them or whatever. But how did he not trip coming down them?
And you said there's a different number going of the two flights. There's a different number of that first
Yeah, there's
flight and the second.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at the very top. And then we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 to that.
So there's an extra step. And this goes up. Here's Maddie's room right here. Kaylee's room's over here. And the bathroom. See, there's the bathroom. There's Kaylee's. And over here is Maddie's room.
Right, and so when you're going straight into Maddie's room, the first thing you're seeing is that desk, right? Then there was a desk that was. Oh wait, no, I got it mixed up. That's Maddie's room. But still, if you were Kaylee coming from Kaylee's room, you'd come in. Well, you might, as you round the corner and look into the room, if I imagine the killer is along the long side of the bed, doing what he's doing.
See, I had it mixed up. I didn't realize that Maddie had the bathroom. I thought this was Kaylee's bathroom. Kaylee doesn't have the bathroom. Maddie does. I didn't realize that until I started looking at this. And Maddie had a long desk right here with her boots in the window, remember?
Right.
Right here.
Well, if you click on the little camera icon, does it actually show a picture of her with the desk? I think one of those might. No, let's see. That just shows the window. Maybe it's the other one. Well, there's a third.
Yeah, there's the desk right there.
Okay. Actually, so it's. I think it's in the position that it's showing, except I think the picture, the one in the 3D animation is maybe a little wider.
Yeah.
From the wall.
The desk right here.
Yeah.
So, as we were saying, like you were saying, he walks in. She's laying right here. This is where supposedly she lost her life. And, look how everything's so close together. I mean, I don't know how not clumsy you are, but I'm a clumsy person. Especially having all that adrenaline and stuff going on. I mean,
right.
What
are the little white arrows that are pointing down, especially the one over in the corner of the bed? Is that new? I don't remember seeing that.
Which one? This one?
Or the little up above that. That little, see the little white down? Oh, that's just to get a view
you
from
can
there.
just stand right there.
What kind of view does it give you when you click that arrow? I wonder if it gives you a sense of
it just gives you the
how small the room.
Just gives you the overhead.
Super small room.
Yes, it is. I mean, that bed is small.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If she's backing up right here, as they said she was, she may have been backing up to try to kick out to get to the door. You get what I'm saying? If he's right here going after her, maybe she's kicking at him to get to the door.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, they said that she landed on Maddie. She was on top of Maddie. Remember that?
Right. But don't you think too, with regards to the knife sheath, if this room is as dark as that, the downstairs was that you were showing, if Kaylee caused him to drop that knife sheath, don't you think that he's not going to want to turn the light on in the room to try and find it? And he probably, there's no telling where it went. It could have fallen between the bed and the wall. It could be under the bed. There's no time to be going after the knife sheath.
I mean, that could have been how it got knocked off of him. Maybe he had it in one hand, or maybe he stuck it in a pocket. She kicked it out. I mean, you never know.
Or maybe, maybe Ann Taylor. I always assumed that when Ann Taylor said that the knife sheath was placed, I thought it was just to try and implicate or suggest that police had something to do with it, or somebody that was trying to frame the situation a certain way. But maybe is it possible that as he was doing what he started doing to Maddie, that he himself did just place it on the bed to do what he did, and then intended to just do what he did and then pick it right back up. But then Kaylee came in and the struggle happened right on top of where he had placed it, and it was
Exactly.
no longer there.
So here's the bathroom, and like we were discussing the other day, this is the wall that they had cut something out of right here. Right here. Remember in those pictures they had cut something out right here? I'd always thought maybe he ran out of this room, brushed up against there and got some blood on the wall, maybe something. Maybe he went to clean off a little bit.
Hmm.
I mean, because this could have happened very quickly and given him enough time to clean up a little.
And when you say hole in the wall when it was demolished, you're not talking about that. There was, I know, a dark black rectangle in the
No,
wall, not that one.
no, there's like an evidence photo and there's evidence tape right there, and they have cut some of the sheetrock out of it.
Hmm.
So we're back down to the kitchen area, and there's Dylan's room right here. Let me know if you're getting dizzy, and I'll back out of here.
When you hear me barf.
Yeah. I mean, she had a big room too, you know? And like you were saying the other day, or I said the other day, how come she didn't take pictures of him driving by? Or we don't know if she didn't or did not, or even a video of him driving by.
Well, and so in that, yeah, so this is Dylan's room, right? And so Dylan's
Yeah.
room is directly underneath Maddie's room. So any footsteps she would have heard right up above her, and what was going on up there. And if
Yeah.
she saw him walk out the sliding glass door, assuming he went past her window, it seems like she would have seen that too, that he not only went out the sliding glass door, but then walked past her window. Now maybe she had her blinds closed though, so maybe she didn't see when he walked past. But my assumption is he went out the sliding glass door and then went to the left, and then went to his car that was parked near the back of the house.
So, like right here, I remember look back on some of the earlier photos, Jeff and Leon. I don't know if you remember. Welcome to the chat. By the way, I see you. I see you typing. I appreciate your comments. Jeff and I both do. I remember right here in the investigation photos, they were doing a lot of picture taking. This is the window with the screen off of it.
Right.
They were doing a lot of picture taking here, and they were doing fingerprinting. So I don't know if they were doing that for a purpose or if that was just what it was. You know what I mean? Well, here's the slider right here. It says confirmed, intruder's entry exit point. Can you see that? It said the male walked toward the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. And this is where the Jack-in-the-Box bag was found. The little plant was overturned. All those dishes were right here, those dirty dishes. Do you remember that?
The plant with the dirt spill?
Yeah.
A friend of mine had the ability to see photos from Derek Shook, the Fox News digital photographer.
Yeah.
Because he was the one, I believe, shot the photo of the dirt. And but apparently the story behind the dirt was that the dirt, all his photos were taken during the investigation. So there was a photo where there was no dirt, and then there was a photo where there was dirt. So, which I think proves that it was the investigators that bumped, because what they were doing, I think, I might have this backwards, but the stuff that was on the coffee table got moved to the kitchen sink as they were, investigating or whatever, or vice versa, one or the other.
Okay.
I think that's correct that it went from the coffee table, because the thing is, you can see some of the same objects on the coffee table or at the kitchen sink. There's a Starbucks cup. There's some bottle of cleaning like soap or something. You know what? I think I found the photo, if you want to see it, of the investigators looking in that window.
Hey, Leon, you want to come up and talk with Jeff and I? I mean,
Come on up, Leon.
you don't have to show your face. You just, give us, talk with us. Here's the link. Just click on it and come on up.
Is that one of the photos that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See how they're very intensely looking at that. She has a flashlight and she's dusting for prints. They got the evidence tape right here. They've obviously dusted right here. See the.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure.
This is a really good photo of the lock lever on the sliding glass door.
Yeah.
I was for a while there. I was certain that because this sliding glass door is very much like the one on my house, that whoever installed our sliding glass door installed it with the lock mechanism. It's a little claw that comes out. It
Mm-hmm.
was this way. It was facing up. So
Oh
what that
wow.
meant was when it was locked, all you had to do was grab the handle and lift the door like a couple inches and slide it right open. But I can tell because the fact that that lever lives down at the bottom portion of the handle there, then
Mm-hmm.
it's installed correctly. Because when mine was backwards, when it's backwards, the little lever is up in the top portion of the handle. So that I believe is installed correctly. So that whole theory, I shot a whole bunch of video of my sliding glass door, me fixing the lock, me demonstrating how you lift it up, and then I started looking around and I thought, no, I think their lock was correct.
So here's a question for all three of y'all. Leon, you're included, even though you don't want to come up. You're more than welcome. How do you think he got in there? Do you think that that slider was unlocked, or because they said that there was no forced entry. I remember that very clearly. They said there was no forced entry. So how could you get into that slider without busting the lock or lifting it up, like you said, Jeff?
Right.
How could that be possible? Did he go in the window? Did he come out the slider by unlocking it?
I really
Maybe.
think the door was unlocked. Um, I think it's so easy to see too when it's unlocked. I wonder too if is it possible from the back parking lot with a pair of binoculars, can you see the position of this lever? Um,
Yeah.
you know, is that part of the going around the house a couple times? Did you go around the house a couple times and like early on and maybe one of the first or second passes, you realized it's unlocked right now, and then you 10 minutes later, it's like it's still unlocked. It's like this thing that I've been thinking about doing. This, if I don't do it now, the opportunity was presented, I think. Thing is, though, I don't know if you can see that from the back parking lot, but who's to say he didn't kind of, when he came around past that Linda Lane camera, didn't go just park the car real quick, run down, take a look, and run right back. I mean,
Well,
you
that's
could,
true. That's true.
you
I
could
mean,
explain
also,
that. Like if somebody saw you, you could say, "Oh, I thought I dropped my key over here, and sorry, that's why I'm over at your neighbor's."
yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, because he also had probably 20 minutes during that time that he just parked up there, according to that Gray Hughes video, that he parked up there just at the top of the hill behind the Queen Road apartments. So he could have, like you said, he could have been watching that door, see if anybody locked it, waited for the light to go off, and boom, that was his cue to do what he did.
Right.
I mean, those ladies are intent on that window. So it makes me wonder what they found in that window.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if I had any other photos of that. The investigators. Um, I found this little trick on certain websites that have photos posted, that if you, when you bring the photo up and you go to the URL that just shows the JPEG, if you remove all the text, it'll be JPEG and then a question mark and then a bunch of text
Right, right.
describing the size to shrink the photo down. Just remove the question mark and everything to the right and then hit return. Boom, you'll have the full high res photo. Here's
You
a good
know, Jeff, I have another question. I have tons of questions, I'm glad you're on panel tonight, and I'm glad, for the chatters that have been in the chat room. And if y'all want to pipe in on any of the answers or whatever, there's no wrong answers here. We are just discussing this. One of the questions that I've always had is, how did they get all the fingerprints, all the DNA down to just one? Because according to very early on reports, they had a party the night before of 150 people or more in that house. There had to be people going in and out of that house constantly. How did you get all these people's DNA, fingerprints categorized where you said, okay, well, these people are frequent. Here's one guy that's not a frequent flyer, and there's three others that we don't have a fucking clue. Excuse my language, but we
right.
don't have a clue who these three are. So we're just going to go with this guy. I know it didn't happen like that, but I'm being sarcastic. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. Well, I mean, I'm sure you kind of like people that work in the medical field, and with an ambulance, you're going to triage, right? You're going to figure out which so with the law enforcement, I'm sure they're like, okay, well, like if it's information of possible DNA on the refrigerator door handle, and it's possible DNA on a knife sheath next to a stab victim, it's kind of obvious which one they're going to say, okay, this obviously takes priority over the refrigerator door handle. But yeah, I don't know how they go about. I mean, I don't. It'd be interesting. I'd love to hear. It's too bad, if you could get a guest on that's an expert in this kind of stuff to just talk about how. Oh, here's another photo of. It's another angle of them looking in the.
That's like the drone photo, right?
Yeah. This one. This one is from the drone. I think you can see. I think the drone operators, if I remember right, is probably over, or maybe not. I think I'm thinking of another video.
I wonder how thorough they went through that dumpster or those two little trash cans. Like you said, he may have popped one of those little trash cans going around that corner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the person who told me that was, I don't know. I can't prove anything. I don't think they can prove anything either. But it is an interesting notion to think if those trash cans got clipped, because I think I mean, it's always my guess. He parked back here somewhere along the edge of the house, because this whole the back side of that house, there's no windows, just like on this side. There's no windows on this side except for the kitchen window a little bit, but
Yeah,
there's no windows, I don't think, at all on the other side of the house. So
there's Dylan's window.
but I think isn't Dylan's window still facing out the back. I don't think there's anything. Maybe you could pull up the 3D thing you were looking at again. We could look and see, because I'm pretty sure that she didn't have a window facing that way. Or we could find, I'm sure there's a picture of the house that just shows that whole side.
One thing I was thinking too just now is maybe he was under the influence of something. He had to have been. Because most criminals that commit crime, they're not ever really sober.
Hmm.
There's something going on with them. I mean, just think if he was on cocaine or meth or something that was a stimulant, and maybe that's why he stripped down and wasn't extremely cold. This is
Possible. I know. I've seen
speculating my ass off right now.
someone that was on crack, and the what it does to the body. I mean, the eyeballs look like they're swollen, like they want to pop out of
Yeah,
your head.
crack is whack, bro. See, there's the window right there, and there's the staircase. So once you go, this would be the
So that
outside.
that faces the back, not the street. It faces the parking lot in the back.
I thought this
That window.
faced Queen Road or King Road right here with all these cars along the side.
No, I'm pretty sure. Let me see if I can find a photo of the side of the house.
Let me walk out here and. Okay, now we're in the kitchen.
This is a perfect reason why they shouldn't have tore down the house, right? These are the
See,
kind of
like
questions a jury.
her room faces parallel to that road. See that road's right there? So this is at a slant because there's the back. See, the road goes like this.
Well, that's the back. That's the back parking lot. Out that little
this
window.
is the backyard. Here's the road right here, though. It's parallel. So that window is on this back wall. So with this window, that window. You get what I'm saying?
Let me find you a picture of the house, because I may be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time, because my understanding of like the layout of this house has changed many times over the course of this.
Hey, I'm having a good time discussing this, man. It's going a lot easier than I thought it would be.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain this is parallel to the Queen Road. I'm not sure though. I could be wrong. I mean, not Queen Road, King Road. Leon says, no, that's the back. No window straight. It's next to Dylan's bedroom window. Let me see what you showed me.
Yeah, that I think is the same window they were dusting for fingerprints from, but just
see. So I would think that Dylan's window would be like right down here. Well, you can't see that.
Yeah, it just kind of to the right of that guy, right?
Yeah, it would be to the right of that guy.
Which, if I'm correct, that is facing the back parking lot, not the road that cuts through. So it's kind of like it wouldn't be facing the Queen Road apartments, those long buildings. It would be facing 90 degrees.
Let me see if I can Let me see if I can find a side video or a side view here. They hardly ever get that view. That's weird. They never really get that side of the house. Do you have anything?
I should. I'm surprised. Oh wait, I think I was when I searched for the word drone, I should have.
Because I don't think Bethany had a window on her side. She just had the one in the front.
Right. If my theory is correct, and I understand correct, that it's like the side of the house that faces Queen Road Apartments has no windows, and the very opposite side has no windows except for the little kitchen window above the sink.
Hold on a second. I'll go back to that.
Hey guys, welcome back to.
Let's see what it is.
Read the chat. See what it says.
it might be. Let's see. Oh, Jeff's right. Well, there's a first. There's a first. I didn't pay Leon to say that either.
I got one. Hold on. I found one, guys. See, this is Dylan's window right here.
Is that your recording studio there?
Hold on. I'm confused. No, that's not mine. It's just a picture I enjoy. Do you see that? So under the balcony, so it looks like Maddie had that window too.
Right. So Maddie just has the one window there.
So she had the window in the back, but whose windows are these?
Wait, so that's Maddie's window that your mouse is on right this and then is the next window?
See, I thought this is the window everybody was dusting right here.
Right.
So this is Dylan's window.
And then the second window on the top level, I think is the hallway. I think there's a hallway window. I know there's the hallway window from the other side of the house.
Yeah. Yeah, because Bethany doesn't have anything. She just has that big old hill right there. So see, there's a window. There's Dylan. Or there's the living room. So that'd be Dylan's room right there. I don't know. If you get a better picture, we'll have to use it on the next live. That's the back of the house.
I found a picture of the dirt in the potted plant, but I'm also, once I find the coffee table shot, then I'll those two are.
Well, this is that little area where they took the picture. Remember that last picture they took together? They took it right here because here's the balcony that was over them. I'm confused because I guess this up here would be where the rest of the house is. I don't know. Maybe we can find a better picture. That'll be something we can talk about next time.
I should definitely have a picture of that. I really need to just take some time and try and organize all these photos.
Leon says, after she said that you were right, after you gifted her $50, she said there's them shining light at the side of Dylan's window. Who's checking for blood? I'm thinking he parked there. That's it. I think he parked where camera is taking pic. There's 3 kitchen windows, well, 2 and a sliding door.
This picture right here, I think, shows pretty good that side of the house. Wait, let me not zoom in too much. But see, I don't think there's any windows on this side of the house at all.
So, you're right. You are so right. Because when you walk into her room, that window's on the back side. You're so right. But my point was this. So if she was looking through there and he parked up here, couldn't she have snapped some pictures of him coming down? I mean, she might have got him even running to the damn car. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, if she had her bedroom blinds open or was looking out the window, she surely, if he went that way, which I assume he did.
Yeah.
Because I think, like, see where that parking space is behind on the left, so that where the snow is missing. Now I know this is taken at that time, but that's like roughly there is where I imagine, he probably parked. Because I think you'd want to park your car with the front of the car facing the direction you want to get out and leave. You don't want to park in the back where you got to hit the reverse lights where they're bright white and they're lighting up the back parking lot.
See, I was under the impression he parked way up here and he went up the hill and got in the car and came back down. I didn't know he parked that close, but it makes sense. It makes sense if he tried to park at the fucking front of the house, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting. If because didn't the PCA say he did a failed parking attempt or something at the front of the house?
Yes. The PCA says he tried to park in front of the house.
Oh, here's an interesting photo to share with you. This is the lock, what used to be the lock on my sliding glass door, to show you. This is where my theory was headed. So I'm sorry if when the claw is pointing downward, that you don't want it that way, because then you just lift the door straight up. It's supposed to be hooking upward so that when you lift it, it's got nowhere to go. It's stuck on the lock. So,
man, those things are the worst inventions ever made.
Yeah, that's not a very strong. Well, it's stronger now. Actually, you know what's funny? When I fixed it, I was so proud of it. Everybody was like, "Can you stop talking about your door?" It's like, come on, I don't do a lot of home improvement, but it actually worked. And so my wife was about to go upstairs, and I said, "No, check it out." And I shook it really hard. Say, "See, look, this is an opening," and boom, it opened. It's like, oh man. So then I had to adjust. There's a little screw here at the bottom. I had to adjust this little screw here to get it just right. So
that's usually what happens. Look how awesome I fixed this.
Right.
The next day. Man, I really enjoyed it, Jeff. We got to do this again, man.
Oh, definitely. This has been great. I mean,
really we're almost at the 3-hour mark. You realize that? Like,
wow. Oh, wait, I got one more for you. This is the investigators looking at that. Well, you can see that lock. This is where my sleuthing on this whole subject even started, because I thought it kind of looks like there's no lock in there, but I really think it's in there. It's dark, and the photograph renders it just black.
Yeah.
Although, no, wait, now that I think about it, yeah, no, I think you can take that piece out without taking off the bigger handles.
But usually those have like a screen also. They have like a double, like one of them's a screen and one of them's a sliding door. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Actually, it looks to me like they have no screen, because I have a screen on mine. It looks like they've just got the two glass door pieces.
But no telling how old that sliding door is.
Well, and it's really interesting too, the stools that were placed there to kind of lock it, like simulating what you would do with the stick that most people put there to lock their door.
Were those stools placed there after, or were they there?
I've talked to some people that they believe it was the police that placed them there. This is this picture here I just show you just so that you keep it in mind for future conversations, because I think it's a great representation of that Linda Lane area. It's a great, like, from a drone, it shows like this is where the where the Linda Lane camera is, right here. There's the steps that the four people at 1227 go up. And this, I think when I was searching these pictures, it really hit me. I finally got it, that this is Linda Lane. This is a dead end right here. Yeah. That's where that car has to turn around and go the other direction. But this parking lot, obviously it goes all the way around the building. And
yeah, I thought this went out to the parking lot also. Obviously it doesn't. See where that car is right there? And there's that wall, that bush.
Oh, this right here, this car here?
Yes. I thought that was an open area where you could just go.
Right. Yeah, you can see there's a retaining wall type of thing here.
Because I always wondered how come he didn't come back behind Queen Road Apartments and go through that little area right there. But
I think the only thing you can do is like right here. So that fence is like right here.
Yeah.
And then there's that little opening in the fence where, you can walk through this parking lot and come out into here. and
Yeah, but you
you know,
can't
go down
really
to the
drive.
dumpster
You
here.
can't really drive through there, so he had to go in front of the Queen Road Apartments.
And maybe we should be looking in the dumpster. Is this where the knife is and the
Yeah. No, that's where the tunnel entries are over there toward the right
yeah.
side.
Yeah, you see this little sign here. It says you must be this tall to enter the tunnels. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's it.
I remember somebody made a video and it was right there by those steps. And they said, this is where the tunnel entries are right here. You just have to move this out of the way and you can get into the tunnels. I was like, man, that is just some crazy shit right there.
And this house back here, this house is blurred on Google Maps, and I think is because I'm guessing there's a camera here that captured him on.
Yeah, that's one of the first cameras they talked about that caught him on Walenta. And then there's another one that the clown, you know, that channel.
Yeah.
he captured his house down a little ways and it
Wait,
has like 4 cameras on the porch. And
are you
there's a
are you talking about this guy?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got a little coffee mug collection of see, I got this one. Oh, and then this one too. She's a good friend of mine. This is it's a criming shame.
Okay.
Coffee mug. So when you get your coffee mug 12 gauge, you know I'm gonna buy one.
All right. I haven't even thought about merchandising, man. I'm happy I made it to 100 subs.
Yeah.
I'm 117. So
You know, I'm hoping now. I'm not trying to take credit for anything because I don't have like this huge YouTube channel or anything. But you know, character analysis. You watch her videos. I think she does great work.
Yeah.
I did kind of what I did with you with a community post. I said, you all check her out. Her videos are great. At that time, she had like 800 subscribers, and now she's like, I don't know, probably 7,000 or something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm enjoying the slow pace of it. Like I said, I'm doing this just to learn along the way, you know, help people along the way in other areas because I haven't made any substance abuse videos in a while, so I'll probably do those, you know, coming up. But I have been doing podcasts where I talk a lot more openly about, you know, balanced lifestyles and things of that nature where I'm able to just be myself. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where I don't have to focus so much on what I'm saying, whether somebody's going to take what I say and try to debunk it. They're going to call me a liar. They're going to, you know, say that I'm just a grifter or whatever the hell they want to say. That's why I tried to go into a different approach, you know, and I think for the most part, I've been able to sustain that pretty well.
Hey, do you want to say something that's a little kind of humorous? Wait, let me
Skid marks.
Let me show you this one again, or show you this one instead. This one is the one I did a while back. If you're familiar with Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
Wow, that's hilarious.
But yeah, you know, yeah, the next time we get together, I can have my you know, images and stuff that are of interest if I have them, you know, a little more organized. We can
yeah, like I said, this was mostly a dry run to see how it went, you know, and we've gone 3 hours and it didn't even feel like it.
We went 3 hours? Or wow.
Yeah, 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Oh, at least it's not like 3 a.m. I thought I'd look up and it was 3 a.m.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's easy to talk about. It's a lot of information. I mean, you can talk for days and days and days and days. But what I don't want to do, I don't want to get into the rehashing so much where we're just rehashing old material. What we did tonight is we took some material that, you know, people have seen, but we've given it a different spin. You know, we focused on the kids, we focused on the interior of the house. We've talked about the windows, we talked about different areas.
Right.
That 360 thing, I mean, walking through that house, like I didn't realize it until I took that tour, exactly how little that house was.
Yeah.
How many blind corners that house has. You know, how easy it is to, like Bethany's staircase. I mean, I always thought if she was there, she may have crept up that staircase and looked around the corner and heard and seen everything.
Right. What do
I
you
mean,
think? Do you think she truly has exculpatory evidence, or is that
I
something
was
that?
listening to another channel, and I really take their information with a grain of salt, but people were kind of convinced that she wasn't there until 8 in the morning. And if she wasn't there till 8 in the morning, that is the exculpatory evidence. How can she say anything about the crime if she wasn't there?
Right.
Or maybe Dylan wasn't there and she knew Dylan wasn't there. And, you know, that could be the exculpatory evidence. Because in a criminal case, everything's exculpatory. You just have to put it in a way that benefits the person on, you know, on trial that's being accused of whatever they're accused of. You can paint anything as an exculpatory evidence to get you freed, you know, if it goes in your favor. So if she said, well, Dylan lied, she wasn't even here.
Mm.
She texted me from this party, you know, and well, how can she claim she saw a bushy eyebrow dude if she wasn't even there? And here's the text message proving that she wasn't there.
Right. That's a good point. So she might not have something herself, but she has the ability to discredit, you know, what the prosecution is going on.
Exactly. You know, because like they said, you know, it's unique to her. So it would be something that only she's able to bring to the table. You know, it's like, well, she wasn't here. She texted me from a party, or she went to go get something to drink at the grocery store or whatever. You know what I mean? She wasn't even here. She showed up later or whatever, anything like that, you know?
Right. Right. Yeah, I'm going through these photos just to see if there's anything quickly I could show you of interest that we've discussed.
Man, I wish the camera was that clear.
Oh, like the Linda Lane footage or one of the security cameras?
Oh yeah, can you imagine if one of the security cameras was that clear? You can see, look inside that house. You can see all the way through the kitchen.
Right. Oh, here's one that shows like I think that demonstrates like the closeness of that light bulb camera to oh, I better take Nanook. We should probably wrap it up, and I'll take Nanook out to go outside. He's saying, "Can I go outside?"
I'll look at this. Take him out. Do what you need to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
More minutes.
Okay. All right. Do that.
I'll talk to Leon while you're gone. Hey, Leon, how you doing? And whoever else is in here, I can't see your names. Thank you for hanging tough with us and going through the scenarios that we've gone through, the pictures that we've kind of looked at a little differently and given our own insight on what we feel it is that we see and what could possibly have happened during certain areas. This is my first live that I've had somebody else on the panel, and I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I've really enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll have more people in the chat next time that we do the live, because we're not about speculation on this channel. Even though we have discussed scenarios that could be a little off the charts, we're not trying to be so dramatic that we're having people, you know, jump in from an airplane trying to do what they need to do or whatever. I mean, it's okay for you to believe what you want to believe. I'm not here to try to convince anybody that you're right, I'm wrong, you're wrong, I'm right. I'm not here to argue your point. I'm not here to argue what you've heard or what you believed or what you've researched. Hell, I'd like to learn from you, because as you heard me talk about earlier, I don't know everything about this case. I have a life outside of YouTube. So, you know, most of the time what I am privileged to is, you know, I take a little time to do a little bit of research and try to make everything make sense before I present it, rather than it just being my own speculatory conspiracy theories, Leon, the last message I see, you said no defense jumping on anything. They have no case, so got to pick up at the statements. Yeah, I mean, it's really based on what we know. It seems very fragile. It seems like they don't have the information they need in order to get him where he needs to be, wherever that is. It said you said Brian's medical records will explain a lot when cases at court, I think. Are you thinking maybe his medical records, like his eyesight, or are you thinking mental side? Are you thinking about maybe having depression, anxiety, that avenue, or are you thinking inability to be a healthy person? Can you explain that a little further? Because I know based on when individuals use drugs for a long period of time, it changes their physiological parts of their body, their brain, their functioning. So I mean, it could be some of that going on, but I'm not quite sure what you're meaning. If you could explain that a little further. This is an interesting photo because it's like right around the corner. It's on King Road, it looks like. And you're looking up actually at that house that had the light bulb cam that that supposedly captured the last moments of somebody's life, the dog barking and a thud. And that was the camera that supposedly caught the last of the night events.
Here's also the I can show you the actual light bulb camera itself on there.
While I'm pulling that up, I was talking to Leon, and she said that Brian's medical records will explain a lot when case at court, she thinks. And I was asking her if it was his medical or his mental health, and she said no, his mental health in teen years, I think. I agree with that. I agree that that probably plays a lot. I mean, we don't know if he's schizophrenic, if he's, if he hears voices, if he has auditory hallucinations. I mean, we don't know any of that.
Right.
Or if he ever had that. Maybe that's part of the reason he used drugs. Maybe drugs created that as an onset once he got off of it. I think that's a very strong point, Leon. I really do. What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah. No, I think as they try to understand what because right now it sure seems like people are split. I mean, there's some that look at him and say, you look at his eyes, and it seems like I believe, just if you're just gauging on looks, that he looks like the type of, but then there's others that are like, I think they really feel like, no, this is completely the wrong guy. I mean, I try to keep an open mind best I can to see it from both ways. I mean, like a mother is going to look at him and say, "Oh, this is my boy. He's
that's my little angel right there. There's no way he hurt anybody."
So
yeah, I remember seeing this photo, Jeff, and the first thing that caught my eye was that brunette. Look at that look on her face. It's almost like,
right.
I can't believe they did it.
Yeah. She's got her arms closed. She's very closed.
Very closed off. Doesn't she look like, holy shit, they did it? Or holy shit, that was what I heard last night. You get what I'm saying? She had that scared shitless look.
Well, too, and at this point, they haven't been caught. So, yeah, I'm sure she's feeling very concerned for even her own safety. But yeah, maybe, oh man, those sounds that I heard the last night, maybe I should have have done something. I should have called, or I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure what I was hearing. It's a college town. Everybody's drinking and having a good time, and you don't know what the sounds are. Either people are making love, or they're being unalived.
Right.
Or it's just a wrestling match, a fight. I don't know. I don't know what I'm hearing. But I think that's the thing. I really think it. If you're trying to figure out, like, I think I hear on the Linda Lane camera, I think I hear these awful noises that I'm very concerned about now. It's like, well, then you have to ask yourself, it's like that camera is much further away than the ears of Dylan and Bethany. And it's like, and that's why I think they're probably are so easily thrown under the bus, because they're like, oh, they've heard these things because I heard them at around 2 a.m. on the Linda Lane footage.
Yeah.
But did you know, I didn't realize until just recently that the Linda Lane camera, above the Linda Lane camera, there's 2 levels of balconies. I thought it was just like, I didn't even know it was a balcony, I don't think, at first, until somebody pointed it out. There's 2 levels of balconies. So your possibility of, that's more partiers, that's more partying, that's more. And if you got a your third floor on a balcony, and say you see a friend of yours across the parking lot, or from there, I think you can see down probably onto the band field up that high, and you see your friend out there, and you're like, hey, you're yelling at them, and little do you know that your yell at your friend, like, hey, what are you doing? That's going to be analyzed later by people that are like, that's them being unalived. It's like, I mean, I know I got
a great point. That's a great point, Jeff.
I think I'd emailed the guy who owns the Linda Lane camera and the footage, the landlord over there. I think I have in an email where he said that he felt strongly that there's no way that camera is picking up the sounds from that house 107 yards away by my calculations.
I mean, I have a camera, or I had, at my duplex or my little condo. I had a camera on the outside, and it was a little smaller than the camera that they show.
Yeah, this is the camera. I mean, not the actual camera, but this I believe it's a Reolink camera.
Yeah, it was like that, and it was out on the windowsill. It was out on the windowsill. Anytime that I looked at it, I never heard any kinds of screams, or I may have heard dogs barking, or I might have heard tires screeching, or from 2 blocks away or something. But I mean, 200 feet, that's quite a length, man.
Right.
And you gotta take into consideration also that all the acoustics, how those trees are gonna muffle that sound.
Right.
Leon says, we had murder in the next building. Nobody knew what happened for hours. We all had a theory, but never knew fatal stabbing happened till afternoon when the cops went around the doors. Wow. I mean, to be honest, how many people would honestly that be their first thought? Damn, somebody. I mean, I'm sure now, but before you'd be like, oh shit, somebody getting murdered next door.
Right. Well, the coroner was quoted in an article I just saw like yesterday, where she said, like, there had been so few homicides that it was kind of commonplace that they were quickly solved. And and I think, who knows, maybe now this one is larger than I think that they're used to, but I'm sure they probably thought, oh, this should just go like all the rest, that we'll solve this really quickly. But it didn't turn out that way. This one's a tough one. Now, is it a tough one because the drunk frat guy who did this read a book on how to do it before he did it? Or is it, where I'm going with that? I mean, I try my best not to, because I think everybody feels I'm just convinced, that he's guilty. I would say, give him the firing squad right now. No, he deserves his day in court, and he'll have his day in court. and I do presume him innocent. He's presumed innocent, but just like, you know, my friend's pit bull, if I look at the pit bull, I don't have much to go on. I'm going to presume that dog is safe, but I'm going to start to do a little research. I'm going to go on a live stream with 12 Gauge. We're going to say, hey, what have you heard about this dog? We're going to talk about it. We're going to have discussion. And then I'm going to come to a determination. Do I go reach my hand out and pet that dog or not? And
well, exactly. I mean, everybody has due process. That's part of our rights as Americans to have due process, meaning that the government has to show substantial evidence that goes against us losing that right, and that's basically the simplest point that people forget is we have that right, and he has that right. Everybody that's in jail has that right until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that, I mean, for people to be saying, well, even some of these other murders where they catch them in the act or they find out, hey, he confessed or whatever, he's still innocent until the jury says not guilty or guilty. You get what I'm saying? Without a reasonable doubt. That's why we have that due process. That's why we have the amendments to be able to not be tried by our peers instantly and be found guilty,
Don't you think too, I mean, is the prosecution, they're often accused of like holding back things from the defense. It seems to me that from the prosecution standpoint, you don't want to do more than you have to. You want to do what you're required to do. I mean, I would imagine if the prosecution just said, here's everything we got. Here's what we're thinking. Here's probably how we'll phrase our opening statements during the trial. Go here, have at it, have a copy. Steve Gonsalves would be like, what the heck are you guys doing? Come on. All the parents of the victims are like, you've lost your minds. So, I mean, I guess my question would be, are they doing, if they weren't doing what they were required to do, it sure seems like the judge would be really coming down hard on them, saying, look, it's clear that you're trying to
stall.
You're stalling. You're trying to block the system from working the way it's supposed to work.
I heard early on, I mean, I'm talking about probably a couple days, a week. What if Dylan and Bethany, or what if Dylan wouldn't have been alive and she would have got murdered and Kaylee would have lived? Would people have been as hard on Kaylee as they've been on Dylan? I thought that was an interesting question because you get what I'm saying, right? If Dylan would have been one of the girls that was unalive or murdered, it would have been Dylan, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana instead of Kaylee. And Kaylee would have lived and would have been in the place of Dylan. Would people still be as hard on Kaylee as they have been on Dylan?
Well, what would have been the difference though? With the different treatment that Kaylee might get?
I don't know. I mean, because I think the way she's painted in the whole thing, and I'm not talking bad about her, but she's painted in a way that is totally the opposite of Dylan. I mean, Dylan's been called transgender. She's been, she's had a lot of negativity. She's a drug addict. She's dating a drug dealer. You get what I'm saying? Like,
right. Yeah.
When it comes to Kaylee's life, you don't hear any of that stuff, It wasn't until those text messages that I even understood that Kaylee went and smoked some weed or got some weed from a place with her mom, at a weed place. It wasn't until then that I even realized that she did any drugs or anything like that. So, I mean, if I just feel, and I'm not defending Dylan by no means, I'm just saying that to be hypothetical, Would it be different had it been Kaylee that lived and Dylan died? Would people be as sympathetic to Dylan as they're being against her since she lived? You know what I mean? Like Kaylee would have seen the bushy eyebrows and this and that, but she didn't call 911 for 8 hours later. Would they have been all over her as bad as they were Dylan?
Yeah, I
Because
don't
these are
know.
kids. These
don't-
are kids. These are kids. We can say what we want as adults. I'm a middle-aged man. I know I'm going to call 911. I've known I'm going to call 911 probably for 30 years. Would I have done it in my early 20s? Probably not. I was into some wild partying and stuff like that. I didn't want the cops around.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think people forget that.
I mean, I lean towards that they just did not know the severity of what happened in that house. I can't imagine, because we're looking for explanations for it. And I know it's just that when you look for the explanation and the explanation that you come up with is like, oh, they must be involved, or maybe they did it. They helped clean up.
Right.
And then these young people were able to sit there and talk to FBI agents and interrogators that do this professionally and be able to lie straight to them. And I mean, you saw like I watched the interrogation of I guess interrogation, I don't know if that's the right word, but the detective talking with Jodi Arias
Yeah.
after she was arrested. And I mean, she was a good liar. She's a very good liar. And you could tell that he was getting very frustrated with her. But, I just don't see them being able to, because the assumption is that they've never done this before. And the assumption is that one of them is going to slip up and their stories are not going to mesh. So I don't know. And again, it gets back to my thought that, 8 hours is the amount of time an average person sleeps. So, okay, when you say it was 8 hours before they called, that's where my mind's first going to go. Or 8 hours is the average work day. Maybe they went to work. Did they go to work for 8 hours? No. So it wasn't that. Were they cleaning up a crime scene for 8 hours? I just don't know. Is this a result of angry drunk frat guys that what were they fighting over? The fight was regarding, I guess, Xana and some other guy.
They supposedly walked in on those two guys being intimate. And then one of the guys was into Xana and she wasn't having it, she wasn't feeling him. So they Ethan made a comment about steroid use and having shriveled up little walnuts. And that supposedly started the whole thing. But I don't see how, if you had that much anger toward one person, that wouldn't have been your first confrontation with them. And you surely wouldn't have waited until that night when everybody saw you almost fighting at the frat place to go and kill them. That's just saying, hey, I did it.
Right.
I took it from the frat house and I went in and I killed them all.
Right.
I was just on a rampage. I couldn't stop myself. Roid rage is real, but it's not killer rage. It's not the same thing, I would not think. I mean, can people kill on roid rage? Of course. But does that make you a killer? I'd have to probably say no.
Right.
Leon says we should be thanking God for Dylan. She puts him in home. We never knew there was a witness. That's why cops were so secretive. So culprit didn't find out there was a witness. Dylan is in protected person. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, without Dylan and her kind of eyewitness testimony of seeing, yeah, what would we have? We'd have the
knife sheath.
yeah, how critical was it that her description of the bushy eyebrows caused them to connect dots that led to BK? Part of me wonders if they bring that woman that pulled Brian over and he was talking about crosswalks and things that they didn't have in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
If that officer remembered her encounter, because it was like 30 days or less from the time of the murders. Would you remember, like in a small town of Idaho, and they're on the lookout for a white Elantra? Would you remember pulling over a guy 30 days ago in a white Elantra, bushy eyebrows, that you might remember that conversation? He made you look up. He didn't make her, but she looked up the code for crosswalks and the rules. Would she remember it was an Elantra too? Because when she was talking to the dispatcher accidentally said Sonata instead of Elantra, and she corrected the dispatcher saying no, it should be an Elantra. And of course, a lot of people jumped on that and said, "Oh, there's stuff going on with the police. They setting him up. They changed the documents to say Elantra." But I'm almost certain what happened was that the dispatcher saw Elantra, and then next to it in the registration form, sedan is often abbreviated SDN, sedan. So Elantra, she thought it was SON. So it's a Hyundai Sonata.
Yeah.
And because she saw the SDN, thought it was SON. So that's what I think happened.
Well, yeah, I'm with you on that, because they take notes on everything they do, every traffic stop, every encounter of call that they go out on. They ask you certain specific questions. I mean, they take, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? Even as a witness, they're just doing an interview. So I interviewed 12 gauge. She's, 5'11", blah, 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 blah. So in 30 days, you hear of, well, we're looking for a bushy eyebrow dude, 5'11" or taller, not muscular. Oh, I pulled over a guy that kind of, let me give you a little bit of information on what I got. Do you have his driver's license? Oh yeah, I do right here. Okay, let's run his driver's license. Oh, look at this picture. Let's look into him a little bit. Then the guy from WSU, people talk, cops talk. So I'm sure they're friends. They said, "Hey man, be on the lookout for this car. We're looking for a white Elantra, blah, blah, blah. This guy has bushy eyebrows." If he applied for the police department, don't you think they'd have a copy of his ID?
Right.
Look at all the applicants recently. Look at, the Elantras we have on campus. You're riding around because unless it's a fast night for you, you don't have shit else to do.
Right. And I think it's human nature, just like the woman at the gas station that found that footage of the white car driving by. I think it's human nature to be like, "Oh, I'll do what I can to help. I'm gonna," and as an officer, I'm sure you just, when something like this is going down, you're like, "Okay, I'm gonna," because it could be. It's like it's right behind you. It's like, "Oh, there it is. There, that's what they're looking for. It's right here. Oh my gosh, I gotta call this in. See something, say something."
Where it gets really dangerous for people that get tunnel vision. And that's what I hope that didn't happen. I hope it didn't happen that they got tunnel vision. They got him right off the bat. Everything flowed too easily for him. And it just, either they got the information they needed, they did proper investigation, they got the evidence. It said in those text messages, and I keep referring to those because Steve dropped some hints in there that are very specific. They said they would have never caught BK if it wasn't for the informant. So they have a protected informant that took them to BK. So, and he also said that there's some other things that went on that hasn't even been released yet. Do you remember early on when that police officer was interviewed by, I think it was Brian Enton or maybe somebody else from News Nation, and it was some random police officer, and they interviewed him out front of the police station, and he said, "Well, this is a wild one indeed, but wait until you hear all the specifics. It's going to blow your mind." He said word for word, just like that. And that was a big deal. Like they kept replaying that. I went to look for that the other day. I cannot find anything. Like it never happened. It's like freaking Mandela effect. You think something happened and it really didn't happen. You know, it's like
right. Yeah, I've kind of learned. I'm kind of almost always filling up my hard drive with this. I might need this later. This I'm gonna forget. I need this. You know, I've got like a folder in my web browser that's labeled, Idaho 4 quick. These are like the quick things that often, come up. Yeah. But the thing is like I end up throwing way too much in there, and it's so hard to find what what I'm looking for.
I really wish that I would have screenshotted, all this stuff. I would have saved a lot of it, because I read so much and saw so much in the very beginning. And they say that usually at the beginning of a crime, that's when you get the most truthful information. You know what I mean?
Right.
But everybody's so quick to want to say, that's so freaking outlandish. There's no way that could have happened. But look how
great. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say what's great is to be able to go back. A lot of these YouTubers have their shows, their live shows that they did as it was fresh and as it was starting. And there's a lot of times I like to go way back to like, just the days after, as it was really starting to, as people were really starting to get very interested and, in this case. That white Elantra that was wrecked in Oregon. I used to, well, I still do. I'm still friends with them, but there's a YouTube channel called Mommy Ramblings Blog, and they're great people over there. Carolyn and Scooter and all them, great people. And I was they let me be on a live with them, and we were talking about Idaho. And at the time, these photographs of the wrecked Elantra were going around. And somehow I saw the name of the person who was taking the video of the wrecked Elantra, and I thought, let me try and message them. Somehow I messaged them on Facebook while we were live, and then they messaged us back, and they came on the show and started talking about the wrecked Elantra and the photos they took, and then offered to hop in their car right then and there and go down to where the car is. And it's still up online. You can go check it out. She drove down there, drove kind of past the car, and said, "That's the car." At the time, I was thinking maybe they're messing with us. Maybe they're messing with the public, and this is a fake car. And this might be even footage from like a year ago. We don't know. We can't tell when this was taken. So I remember when she was in the car. I asked her, I said, "Hey, look, just to make sure that what we're seeing right now on our screen, the video, isn't just some video you're playing, can you point the camera at yourself and hold up 3 fingers?" Because I figured there's no way they would know to do that a year ago, right? So she pointed the camera, held up 3 fingers, and I was like, okay, this is legit. And yeah, she walked out to that car in the middle of the night. It must have been like midnight. And I was worried because I thought she's going to get attacked out here while live on YouTube. Right. And the thing is, she parked like 2 blocks away. And I was like, why did you park so far away? And she's like, well, I didn't want to get like the police to come out here. And I was like, well, the police need to be out here. This might be the car. They really ought to be here.
Right.
And
man, that'd be awesome if you could find out. We could definitely We could definitely show that on the next live, man. That'd be something to see.
Yeah. I'll mention it to them because I'm sure they would be fine. They would be fine with that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that was.
It's. You're right. Every little piece that happened, it was like, oh, this is it. But like I talk about all the time, if it doesn't have teeth, it can continue to bite and stick. It just hypothesis,
Right.
Because I hear a lot of people talk theory. A theory is not conspiracy. It's not an opinion. A theory has the ability to go from one place to the evidence. The end result is the evidence. You have the ability to build all the way to the evidence that convicts the person, that places the person there, where you can put the evidence plus the person, and there's no reasonable doubt, there's probable cause that more often than not, this happened.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times what we have is this plus this plus this plus this could be this, and it could be this, could be there's no room for it in the criminal law. There's no such thing as could be.
Right.
People get into that CSI, Law and Order, all that TV stuff where they can use circumstantial evidence to convict somebody. You can convict somebody with circumstantial evidence, but there's still something there in the evidence locker that give people the rendition that they're more than likely this person did it.
Right. Do you think the fact that they're pursuing the death penalty, does that say to you they're confident that
I would say so, because that's a ballsy move. I mean, either they did it because they do have a solid case, or they were doing it in hope that he would plea for life sentence and they'd get what happened from him if he's the one. Where they mess up, if he's not the one and he's not going to plea and he takes it all the way, and my fear is if he's not the one, there's no way in hell they're going to continue this investigation once this trial is over.
Right.
They're not going to have the manpower. They're not going to have the money. They're not, it's going to be difficult for them to really find out who the real perpetrators were, unless, somebody starts talking.
Right.
I really wish they'd ungag this case. I mean, they couldn't even give us the 911 tape. What's on that tape that is too sensitive for the public to hear?
Now, is it the kind of thing where if you to release too much stuff would make those that might come in as witnesses, take the stand, would make these people feel unsafe, and they would just they wouldn't want to be part of it. They wouldn't want to, is that kind of the purpose sometimes of a gag order, that if you're a witness and you're scared to come up and testify, but you're promised, like, look, your name will not go out there, you will not be doxxed, there's a gag order, nothing's going to happen like that. I mean, it's like, and if they're promising it, I hope they're not promising it the day, like, look, you haven't seen any security camera footage of any cars or anything, have you? It's like, and then I'm sure that comes out and they're like, I don't believe them anymore,
Hey, that reminds me of a meme that I saw one time on Facebook. It had this policeman interviewing this lady, and he says, yes, you're protected or whatever. Nobody's going to know who you are. And on the first one, her face is covered up, right? And on the second one, her face is uncovered, but he's talking to a reporter, and her face is right there, and she's like this.
Right. That's similar to, like, you ever watch Benny Hill?
No.
Benny Hill is like a British comedian, but it was like a TV show with two chairs, and one chair is in the dark and the other chair has a light on it. And they go to the TV studio, and the guy says, I'm here with interviewing, so and so. He's being protected. He's in the witness protection program, and then he stops and he says, "Oh wait, I think you're sitting in my chair," because he was in the one with the light on it.
Yeah, that would definitely not be a good thing in this situation.
Yeah,
But
just
yeah,
found a
I
really
mean, I
cool
think
picture. I don't even remember seeing here. This is
yeah.
directly a shot taken directly from above the house.
Let me check that out.
I don't even remember taking a look at this one. This one really gives you a good glimpse of the back parking lot,
Yeah.
the side road cut through.
See, supposedly, I remember watching, I think, Dago early on,
Uh-huh.
and there was this lady that was talking about having a camera. Do you see where my mouse is?
No, I don't think
Okay.
it. Oh, wait. No, that's my mouse.
Okay.
You can tell
Well,
me where to put my mouse.
look at 11, 12, and then there's that middle apartment building, and then there's the one with the white roof.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly, there's a camera in that window or in that back door, because at that house where they broke into that girl's car.
Oh,
and put
right,
her-
because they were talking about her. She was saying she was going to get a camera.
Yeah, and supposedly she got a camera, so that camera would have been able to see back here.
Maybe that's the camera that Steve Gonsalves is referring to.
Yeah.
Actually, I just saw not too long ago when I was looking through these photos, I saw a photo of Kaylee, and the girl I think that lives in that house posing like on the front of that house with Jack D's house in the background.
Yes. And see, that's what those messages say. If you haven't read them, they're under character analysis. She
Right.
has all those messages on there. And one of the messages says that Jack saw the camera Steve saw the camera. I'm getting tired. Steve saw the camera where it showed Jack going in the house. So whatever camera he saw,
Here's
he's
another
able
view.
he saw Jack going into his own house. So, that debunks any theory that he was out and about and he was, all this and that and the other. I mean, he gives a lot of information that he supposedly got from the grand jury, as stated in those text messages. I'm not saying this. This is what's shown on the text messages. You know what I mean?
Right. So check out that picture I just put up there. That's a slightly different angle, but it does show that house with where we think the camera.
Yeah, that almost would shine into the back door.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think
Camera.
she said that she lived right here in that door, like where your mouse is, goes straight down. See that door right there?
Oh, down here?
Yeah, I think that door right there is the one with the camera.
Okay.
So that would be aimed right in the back.
Let me see if the other angle showed.
Leon has a question for you, Jeff.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
This is Jeff. What's your opinion on clothes all dark or black taken from his parents? But what about the gray jacket and the hat? Wonder what they took those for. I think she's asking, what's your opinion on the black clothing they took, or all the dark clothing from his parents that they took, and what would have been the significance?
I don't know. I mean, could it be that they chose some clothing to take that they thought might, like, maybe certain clothes will keep hair in, or like a hat would grab some of your hair, or would absorb certain stuff, whereas other materials might just fall right off. So I don't know. I wonder if maybe it's not so much about the color, but maybe the material itself But isn't it interesting though? They say he had a like a tag and a receipt for Dickies coveralls,
Yes.
but no coveralls. So that's the fact that you found a tag says to me that they were purchased recently. Because I mean, how long do you hold on to a tag for a piece of clothing, and then to not be able to like come up with that piece of clothing? It seems a little suspicious.
I believe that if they messed up in any area, and this is just speculation, a month is a long time to get any evidence off of him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Clothing, unless he just saved stuff for trophy value. But I'm talking about the car, you know, unless he really slipped up and didn't clean the car as well, you know, stuff like that. But a month is a long time to try to get evidence to convict somebody as far as DNA and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So you had to go on what you had before that month was involved.
Right. It would seem that if you're, the person who did this has put a lot of thought into it prior to, and yeah, giving them a month to make sure that there's no remnants of anything. Oh, you know what? I think I found another shot of that house.
Okay. I'm gonna go till 12:30, and then I'm gonna cut her down because I gotta work in the morning.
That sounds good.
And I think that'll put us at 4 hours.
Wow.
I see all these other people going 4 and 5 hours. I'm like, what do they talk about for 4 or 5 hours?
Right. I think there's a isn't there a cutoff time of like how long your YouTube video can be? I think there is a max. I'm not sure what it is.
Melissa went 7 hours the other night, so
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that is a good view right there. All those houses are so close together. I'm sure somebody. I mean, there could have been people standing outside just filming random crap that got noises, or happened to see a car drive by and something that they were filming something else. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because everybody's on their phone filming or taking pictures or taking selfies or whatever. I mean,
and that's definitely the house where the girl's car got broken into, right? Because it's not this one.
No, that house, the one in the middle is I think that's where Hunter, not the brother, but the other one.
Oh, I see. The friend Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, the friend Hunter.
And of course, this was like a topic of conversation for quite a while. That
Oh yeah.
red spot.
Yeah, that was blood right there.
I mean, I really think I think that's just. I have a feeling this is probably on site, kind of a slope. Maybe the water collects more down here, and then
It looks like leaves and snow and.
Yeah. And then up here, I always found it interesting. So this window is in Maddie's room. No, is this the bathroom? This is the bathroom window, the hallway window, and then Kaylee's got this window here.
Right. On our next live, I'll show you the inside of that house again. They put a breakaway window or a breakaway thing right there. That's where that little cutout that you were talking about.
Oh, is that like kind of right in this area under this?
Yeah, window? Like right under this window, there's a cutout.
Do you think there was a little crawl space to go into storage that was up under this roof?
Well, I'm thinking that in case of a fire, you could break through the sheetrock and crawl out there and probably go through the attic or something. I don't know. That's where they stored their drugs. Didn't you know that?
Oh, I was thinking along the same lines. I was going to say other YouTube channels will say this is where Scott Green, the president of the university, when he lived here, that's where he put his porn collection was up in there.
Yeah. That's where all the hookers hid out at.
Yeah.
He could have stored his honey buns and ho-hos and whatever in there for all you know.
You know, I heard somebody saying that the police, when they came here for the noise complaints, were trespassing by going up into the back here, but I was trying to figure out if this you know, because directly across the street is those stairs that go down, you go to the
Right.
field. I was trying to figure out if this is in some way along this fence isn't like a public pathway to whatever is back here and up.
It does look that way on that angle right there. It looks like those trees have a little cutout right there,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
a
I
little
don't know.
path. Because I'm certain those students use paths to get to the university if they're walking through there or whatever. It's hard as hell to see anything now on Google Earth. They totally made it where you can't look at anything in there.
Here's a good photo that shows like I think what will give you an idea of the brightness of that good vibes sign at night.
Okay.
Kind of gives you a sense, you know, as he's coming around, this light is in the face. Most people look at this and they focus on this handprint, but I couldn't help but look at it and get a sense of like the brightness of that light in that room at night.
Yeah, there were so many selfies taken right here. I'm sure this is the bedroom, or not the bedroom. This is the living room.
Oh yeah, here's a
Window.
selfie. You said selfie, and 3 pictures as I clicked. This was what I got.
Remember, there was always somebody standing out of that living room window. There's always somebody. Yeah, there you go. See, there's people in Xana's room right here. A guy's in Xana's room, and there's a girl. So what did they just finish doing?
Yeah. Hey, here's a good photo just to have it on your live stream because it'll show the file name if we ever need to get back to it.
Okay.
This is all the Elantra years from 2011 to 2015, and
Oh wow,
the differences. Is that showing all of them? Well, yeah.
See, I wanted to do a stream on the Elantra, on the one that they found at the gas station, because it looks like none of these cars from the front. It could maybe be this one. I know you can't see. It would be the second one on the first row, the 2011.
Uh-huh.
That looks about the closest one because of the little fog light area, or maybe the one next to it, the 2012.
Right.
The one in that Exxon video or whatever, the fog light hardly have any cutout right there.
Let me see. I think I have that photo handy. Actually, if I present it this way, I don't know how to get groups of photos in one thing where I could just switch between them. I have to stop sharing and then jump back.
Well, Leon, I hope you haven't thought that we've spread lies tonight, because we've really just been talking about what we know, what we've heard, what we've seen. I mean, we've actually pulled up some evidence, photos and stuff, and we've really given our own interpretation. I know you weren't talking about us, you know. She said, "Did you see the idiot do the car videos all hating Jeff because he's the only one who has a clue?"
Thanks, Leon. I appreciate that.
Man, y'all need to quit switching money behind the scenes there.
Yeah, send me an invoice, Leon. You know, it's like actually, I the other day I heard my name mentioned on Get a Clue. So actually, that's funny that you said that I have a clue. It's so funny too, because I was literally I dozed back off to sleep. I was going to hit the snooze or something, I guess, but I'd left the Get a Clue video playing, and next thing I know, I'm waking up to hearing my name mentioned. I was like, "What is going on?" I thought I was dreaming.
I heard your name on Chaos Sector too the other day.
Yeah, yeah.
See how that car doesn't have much of a floodlight cutout in the front?
Yeah, let me zoom into that a bit.
I mean, it's hard to really tell because it's a reflection. It's not really a picture, it's a reflection of a picture, you know what I mean? So you see in the front, you can see the black part, right? Right underneath the lights.
Oh,
You
down
see
down
that
here.
little grill area, but there's not a cutout for the floodlight like those other cars have.
Oh, right, because yeah, they have like the later ones. The later ones have what looks like a boomerang shape right
Yeah.
in this
Yeah.
area. And then the earlier ones, it's more like a
L shape.
yeah, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that dude Rolo Mota or something?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
heard him on Dago one time saying that this was on a jack stand that there's no tires on
Right, right.
it.
You
Were
could
you in
do
that?
you could do a 4-hour live stream on some of the things that have been said by I consider him a friend and we talk and I tell him I was like, I'm sorry I don't see things the way you see them. I'm trying. I keep trying. I said the day I do see it the way you see it, you'll be the first to know. So
But I mean, I do see that now since he said that. But
right,
before then, I saw tires. Now I don't see tires every time I see it. I just see a
right.
car on a jack stand.
I mean,
Not trying-
it's not like it's impossible that somebody, wanting to, well, like, you got Dot that's injected themselves into the case. You've got all these other people that are fakes, and
yeah.
then who's to say they don't set up a camera and put. But I mean, I'm sure somebody would be like, "Hey, man, don't you think we ought to put some wheels on the car before we take the picture?" Nah, nobody will notice that.
I mean, now I can't even look at this picture without that, and that is the programming. You know what I mean? That's how people program other people. It's like, look,
Yeah.
look, bro, that's been debunked. That car had no tires on it. It's on a jack stand.
And you've seen this third picture, right? This is I don't see this picture very often. Well, like the second picture they showed, it shows the time. And,
Yeah.
and you can, if you look on Google Earth, you can actually see this little gas cap in the ground in front of
No, I've
that
never seen this one.
gas station. But now
Is that,
this other photo,
is
I
that
had
the car?
yeah. Well, this is at the time these photos were coming out. I had seen this photo, and then it was like months I couldn't find it. It's like that other photo you were talking about, or the video with the police guy saying
Right.
he said I could not find this photo, and then somebody sent it to me because I think I was talking about it or something. And but I can remember early on we were trying to figure out, is this definitely the same gas station? And this piece of white wall right here with the railing is definitely there. This is White Avenue, and this is Highway 8 coming across this way. And so he's basically sitting at this stop sign ready to cross over onto Steiner Avenue that goes straight
Right.
towards the murder house. But
See, I don't know why they didn't show that photo more.
yeah,
I
I don't,
never saw that. I don't remember seeing that at all.
but it doesn't help a lot because it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
The thing is these I assume are still pictures of videos that moves. And there's news articles where you see the police officers showing up at this gas station to pick up the video
Yeah, I remember
evidence.
seeing those.
So I
But
imagine it's easier.
just think if they got the license plate off that video.
Yeah, I mean this camera looks like it's pretty crappy. And I think this is also, it might be zoomed way in because the camera, if you look at because I believe this camera is on the back of the gas station, right on the exit of the car wash in the back, and it's a little bit of a distance from the road.
Yeah.
But I think you can see this part of the sidewalk. I don't know if
Where'd you take that picture? Like outside? Did
What's
she
that?
take that against the window, looking at us, looking at the monitor?
No, I think what it is an actual picture of the computer monitor with the video, but she's seeing her own reflection in the computer monitor that she's photographing.
That is wild.
I mean, just the way she took all these other pictures, it's the same deal. She's just pointing.
Yeah.
It just this she was pointing down towards like the lower, I guess the lower left portion of the computer screen, so she didn't catch reflection there. But this one I think is more straight into the glass. Yeah, I've seen on a lot of YouTube that people believe
would it have been something if she was working that night and actually saw that in real time?
Right.
Man, that would have been wild.
You know, it's funny because didn't like in the Jodi Arias case, she had like all those extra gas cans because she made the decision to not go to any gas stations because she knows there's cameras there. So
yeah,
I tell you what though, well, let me see if is there a way to open up these two pictures together. Oh well, I'll figure it out. I got to figure out how to do that. But this is also an interesting picture. This is the car wash and what I believe is the location of that camera that took the picture.
Okay, yeah.
So it's right there in the back.
That would have been a perfect shot right there.
And so in the foreground of that picture of the car, I think you see this lighter colored sidewalk in the foreground.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the.
Well, that's one of the cameras because that other camera had to be on this side in order to capture the gas pumps and everything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, and then this next photo I think is a good representation of what you're talking about right there. Show you this one. This one I just kind of
you're right.
worked up. So that see because people were I think back then were saying, is this snow? If it's snow, it wasn't snowing that night like that. This couldn't be snow. But I really think it is. It's that piece of sidewalk right there that's lighter in color. And then this is that wall, that white wall where the third shot is taken. I think is right there. I think that's
I see it now.
Yeah, I think it's a little white wall to help like people that are on their bikes on this bike path to not go out into the road right there. I think that's probably why they put it there. Yeah, it's a little. Oh yeah. I think this is you can see it's even got lines on it. This is like a bike path that goes all the way down here.
I mean, it's going to be things like this that are really going to be the nail in the coffin, because how are you going to be? I mean, he was out driving around. I get it. But what were you doing in Moscow at this time when the murder was taking place? You're blocks away from the murder scene. What were you doing? How did you happen to be where 4 students were murdered? Blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And with that, I will leave everybody that's been watching. Till next time, we'll pick up from there. Jeff, I've enjoyed the heck out of it, man.
I knew I would. I knew I would enjoy the heck out of this.
Yeah. I mean, we got to get together next weekend and do it again, man. Probably Saturday night instead of Sunday. That way, if we go a little longer, we won't really have to regret it the next morning. You know?
That's right.
Leon, thank you so much for hanging with us. I know, like you said, the chat's a little behind what we've been talking about, but I appreciate you hanging in there. Tune in next time if you want to hear some more, if you want to enjoy the dialogue, and whoever the other person is that's in the chat, I can't see who you are. Thank you for hanging in there. And anybody who watches this on the replay, come check out the live on the next showing. Hopefully we'll be just as insightful and transparent as possible.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night. Hey, Jeff, add me on Facebook. I sent you a friend request.
Oh, okay. I will.
All right, that way
And
we
thanks
can.
to thanks, Leon. You know, I apologize, Leon, that I was so focused on looking at my photos and my files on my hard drive. I usually like to pay more attention to the chat. I hope you don't feel like ignored. I was so I can't multitask that well. But I know what it feels like to be in chat and you're typing out stuff that's just brilliant, which you did, and then it's like and when you type it out and nobody notices it. Everybody always wondered, it's like, Jeff, why are you always doing super chats? And it's like, because that's what would happen. That would be like, wasn't that noteworthy? Nobody saw the comment there, or it's like they're trying to figure out something. Like 3 + 3 equals what is it again? 3 + 3, and I'm like 6. Come on, guys, 6. It's like, all right, I'll give you a super chat. The answer is 6. And it's like, oh, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the super chat. You didn't have to do that.
Well, I'm not going to block anybody. Your opinion, your commentary, everything is welcome here. Like I said, all I ask is that y'all, once we get a chat going pretty good, that y'all all get along and we all can play nice and keep it classy. We can just enjoy the moment, because we're all basically learning together at the same time. None of us know exactly what went on, what happened, what information they have, what evidence they have. We're doing our best to just kind of give it a lighthearted investigation.
Well, now my dog has figured out the case, but he won't talk. So there is that. But yeah, all the rest of us, yeah, we're just guessing and taking our best guess.
Exactly. Well, you guys have a good night. I'm going to head on out. Jeff, add me and give me a DM whenever you feel like it. We'll talk later, okay?
All right. Sounds good, 12 Gauge. Good night, Leon.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Bye, everybody.